Welcome, everybody, to Jonesboro, Arkansas. It's a chilly morning, and our FPO division is starting off round one of the Jonesboro Open here at Disc Side of Heaven. Welcome to Tournament Central. I'm Brian Earhart, joined here by Nate Perkins. Nate, we're back in Jonesboro. The course has hardly changed at all. What are your thoughts coming back here?
Yeah, it's been the same exact course for the last 6 years. And, you know, today it looks as good as it ever has. We're arriving a little bit later in the spring, and so it's just a little bit more lush. It's got a fresh mow as of yesterday morning. And, you know, something that we don't see very often here is the wind being down. So it's a calm day out here, and I expect the course to get birdied quite a bit.
Well, talking about birdieing quite a bit, Kristin Tattar coming off an enormous victory at the Champions Cup last week at W.R. Jackson. Double-digit stroke victory, super, commanding performance. She comes here and mentions that she's completely drained of emotion and energy. Is that going to play to her advantage or a disadvantage to her this week, or does it even matter?
Oh, it's so interesting for Kristin to let us in, Brian, on her psychology. I mean, I've always wondered what it's like to try and rally your focus after a big major like that, and she kind of let us in. She let us know that, for the past year that she put this expectation, this weight on her shoulders, and that the feelings she was really feeling after Champions Cup was that the weight was all of a sudden lifted. And I don't know too many athletes that talk about winning a major in that same way.
It reminds me of Paige Pierce in a way, but let's hear it before we talk more about that. Let's hear it straight from Kristin Tattar. Let's see what she had to say this week.
I've been just super focused all the time, so I feel kind of like drained. And it was a little hard for me to pull myself together and do a proper practice round here and to get ready for the next tournament. It's my last one here before heading home, so I'm just telling myself one more weekend, but it's definitely tough. I can feel it. I feel like everything is working, but again, in disc golf I don't feel that there's any guarantees, so you can have a bad day tomorrow. You never know. But I'm interested to see how this weekend rolls out, and I feel prepared. Yes.
Very well said. And this is her last event before she gets to go home and see her family, see her daughter that she hasn't seen in a long time. It's easy to show up and do your job week after week when there's a deeper why statement to it.
Yeah, she's been here for 8 weeks without seeing her daughter. I think she saw her daughter one time in that entire stretch, and that has to weigh on her. She doesn't seem to show it when she has interviews like that. She seems very poised, but I feel like she has to be longing for that time at home, and I'm very interested to see what kind of focus she's able to bring, knowing that her flight back to Estonia is just 2 days after the event.
What I'm interested in is over time, as the target on her back grows bigger and bigger. Again, her reign as the best player in the world is still not that long when we look back at the big titans of the division that dominated for over a decade. We'll see what happens to her psychology and how she views competition as the years go by if she continues to be dominant. Another player on her heels that's trying to figure out how to catch her is Kat Mertsch, who's from Arkansas, who had a podium finish last week at the Champions Cup, a podium finish last year here at the Jonesboro Open. She seems interested in chasing down Kristin and doing it her own way. We actually caught up with Kat Mertsch in a very entertaining interview earlier in the week. We'll talk about that after.
I feel like a lot of my mistakes, they look mechanical, but they are, in fact, all mental. It's just picking the right disc and being confident with the shot that you're throwing. I threw some shots that I wasn't confident with, and you see, I ended tied for third.
Last week, you came up to me at the Champions Cup, and you looked at me very serious in the eyes, and you told me, I'm going to get one of these one day. I'm going to grab myself a major championship. And there was some serious confidence when you spoke to me. Are you trying to channel that confidence this week? Is this the beginning of a new chapter?
I'm trying to channel that confidence every single week of my life until I die.
As goofy as that interview was to do, you felt some seriousness amongst the satire of her dressing up as Macho Man Randy Savage. She really cares about this. And as much as she was trying to put on a show there, I think she was definitely trying to internalize that confidence.
Yeah, she's a character, Brian, and she's got the fire. That fire that she's joking about, it's very real. And it's exactly what she utilizes to find the energy to go and practice putting for 2 and 3 hours a day, and to, play 4 and 5 practice rounds every single week. And, Kat Mertsch, third place finish last week with over a dozen overstrokes. So when she does clean things up, I think she's going to be a player that's going to be able to score enough to push Kristen. And I think this week, her being in her home state, I think she's got a little bit more to play for.
Yeah, she also gets to go home after this tournament for a little bit and rest. But I think for her, the big thing that I noticed just watching her play last week was just decision making. That was the biggest part that she messed up. I think the physicality is there. Eventually the experience and mental game will grow over time, and I'm interested to see how her career plays out over time. We're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, another player who's developing quickly, Hannah Huynh. We'll be right back.
Kyle Klein stepping up for the birdie on 18.
Your Open champion, Gannon Burr.
Another record-setting weekend on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Back-to-back weeks. Winner coming from the chase card. Pretty special stuff. Gannon Burr, Kyle Klein, 2 young superstars on tour, showing you how to get it done.
Welcome back. Another player that has been showing off her progression as an athlete is Hannah Huynh, and I commentated on her at the Blue Ridge Championships at North Cove, and the thing that I noticed was that the tightness was there, the focus was there, the intention behind the shot making was there, and that's something that you see when players progress over time. There's so many physically talented disc golfers in the MPO and FPO division, but do you believe them when the disc comes out of their hand? Do you know that they know where the disc is going 100% of the time? And I saw that from Hannah at the Blue Ridge Championships when she took her first podium finish, which is a fantastic moment at a course that was riddled with out of bounds. I think that took a lot of poise. And then she brought it into the major, 13th place at the Champions Cup at W.R. Jackson. 2 different styles of golf, too. So that's the one thing. Out of bounds, open, windy, moving it over to the woods, long, technical. I think this is a player that is also very committed to the craft. Has been traveling with Chris Clemens, who also is very committed to the craft. The two of them are training together and talking about the game nonstop. So I predict that we're going to see her more often on these camera cards.
Yeah, it's well said, Brian. I have to agree with you. You know, the one thing that I saw at Blue Ridge, not just the mental side of things from Hannah, but her ability to get the disc up to speed. Because I think before you come out here and try your hand on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, you have to be able to shape a driver. And I hadn't seen that from Hannah before, but I saw her shaping that king up to like 350 feet out there. So for her to get third there and then to come back and nearly get a top 10 finish at the major, it's going to do a lot for her confidence moving into this week.
Another player. We have to keep talking about the FPO division. Yeah, Kristen's been winning, but we have so many players that are ready and poised to catch her and begin taking down these victories. Holland Hanley had a great performance last week at the Champions Cup. Final round didn't quite go her way, but she showed off again. Yeah, I can throw far, but yeah, I also have the technicality to go with it. What did you see from her last week?
Yeah, I mean, Holland is solidifying herself as one of the most talented players off the tee. She still hasn't quite found an identity with her putt in like, you know, the 20 to 30 foot range, but she is always a player that I enjoy watching because there's not too many players, if any, in the FPO that throw 400 feet both ways, Brian.
Yeah, well, and the thing is, the putting stroke is there. The putting stroke is fantastic, and it's just continuously putting yourself in those situations to make those clutch putts. I mean, obviously she putted great throughout the tournament up until that final round. And again, we have to remember she got a podium finish at Worlds last year and hit a putt, a big putt on the last hole to get an enormous bonus from Discraft to take that podium finish. So it's there.
Mm-hmm.
The athletic mindset is there,
Mm-hmm.
and I'm excited to see not only the form and the touch and everything clean up for her, but I'm excited for her to really seize those moments in the spotlight. So only good things for her coming up. With that said, let's take a quick course close-up of the Jonesboro course here at this side of heaven. After the break, we'll be right back.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back. Replacing Nate Perkins for the time being is Hayden Henry of the PDGA. Hayden, the PDGA just put on a fantastic major last week at WR Jackson. Can you react just to how the tournament ran in general?
Smooth sailing over there, and we've already had extensive meetings already this week talking about what things we can improve on, and already looking forward to next year. And I think that's a crucial part. We got people crunching numbers on the stats on the course, things to tweak there if needed, and just how to improve everything. And that's what we do at the majors, at the Elite Series, even your C tier. You should be looking to improve going into the next year, and that's exactly what's happened.
We just had that major at a very wooded course at WR Jackson, and we had quite a few spectators moving around, moving through those woods. How did that go overall? How was the spectator management from your perspective?
Yeah, it grew exponentially from last year, and that's another part of these meetings we've already had. The IDGC staff on the ground is already looking to next year to further expand that. Across the country, we're trying to figure out how to get spectators into the woods and W.R. Jackson is set up to do exactly that. So just to continue to see that grow is going to be awesome.
Well, now let's jump forward. The PDGA has quite a few things going on outside of just running a major at their facility. What does the PDGA have going on right now?
Yeah, it's election season right now. Candidates for the global board have until midnight on April 30th to submit their candidacy. That's a crucial part of everything that goes on at the PDGA, from the majors again to the C tiers. So you have a chance to get involved, to take those keyboard words, as we said, and put them into action to serve the membership from the top to the bottom. So plenty of information out there on PDGA.com, all over social media. So if you're interested in doing that, get involved and help grow the sport.
Most definitely. Make sure your voice is heard. Do your part to keep pushing this sport forward. We are going to take a quick look now at the course we're playing this week at the Jonesboro Open, Disc Side of Heaven. We'll see you. Hello everyone, and welcome to the open fairways and greener pastures of Disc Side of Heaven right here in Jonesboro, Arkansas. In a disc golf landscape where many of our elite open courses are very tightly lined with artificial out of bounds, Disc Side of Heaven is a refreshing opportunity for players to relax and open up their distance, giving spectators a fantastic display of athletic ability and precision. With that said, there are two specific holes on this property that I firmly believe capture the course design themes here perfectly, and I'd love to walk you through them. Hole 14 is a favorite amongst the players as a bonus birdie for the MPO and a fantastic eagle opportunity for the FPO players. At 520 feet and quite a bit downhill, most players are forced to reach for faster drivers to throw this downhill shot, fighting the often swirling winds as it tries to find safe ground. The OB marsh in the middle is 305 to reach and 420 to carry, so players really have to commit to this tee shot if they're going for the two. Drives must get right as they finish near the green. The left side tree line by the basket is extremely dense, and many drives that don't reach their full flight will end up there with an annoying approach to the basket. There's no other way to say it. Hole 18 at Disc Side of Heaven is hard. The 818-foot MPO par 4 and FPO par 5 has the perfect mix of distance and strategic demands, and frequently scores as the hardest hole on the course. To card the coveted 3 on this hole, players must initially hit a tight gap with power and a lot of intention. The landing of this tee shot also matters a lot. If you land too close to the middle of the fairway, your angle to throw through the late double fairway is pinched and accessing the green is near impossible. Players ideally need to push the drive right and challenge the OB line for the clearest look at the green. With that said, it's not so easy to do that, and a par in this hole is usually taking strokes in the field. Course designer Brad Peets has mentioned that his original inspiration for designing this course was to match the pinch points and angles of a lot of elite traditional golf courses. Myself and a lot of the players on the Disc Golf Pro Tour would definitely have to agree. For Tournament Central, I'm Brian Earhart. Well, there's just a snippet of this fantastic Disc Side of Heaven course. Another commercial break, and on the other side, Calvin Heimburg, your defending champion of the MPO division. We'll see you.
You know, a lot of people say that Ed was the father of disc golf. Well, that's true. He did invent the basket. But Ed did another wonderful thing, probably his major accomplishment, was being the first person to realize that we had a sport on our hands, not just a toy.
In 1976, Steady Ed Hedrick founded the Professional Disc Golf Association with a dream of turning a flying plastic toy into a global sport. Since then, the PDGA, members, players, event directors, and volunteers have worked to realize that dream. From the very first baskets to courses around the world. And yet, it's only the beginning. We're looking to the horizon with even bigger dreams for tomorrow.
My favorite flavor of Double G Craft Jerky, easy choice, the teriyaki. I love my sweet and I love my salty food. It's a great combination of both.
Got to go for the hot boom sauce to give you that extra kick.
Probably going to surprise a lot of you guys. My favorite flavor is actually the Texas sweet and spicy. I find it to be one of the best jerkies I've ever had.
Double G Craft Jerky has been a favorite of mine for years. The unique flavors and delicious taste make it the perfect snack. Every bag of Double G Jerky sold contributes to the Double G Children's Foundation, which helps support youth disc golf. Visit doublegjerky.com and use coupon code DGPT on your order and get a free 1-ounce bag of jerky with your order. Welcome back. Calvin Heimburg, defending champion, a multiple-time champion of the Jonesboro Open, is teeing off later this afternoon. And Calvin mentioned that this course is pretty straightforward golf. Would you have to agree?
It's straightforward. You know, as you said in your course breakdown, that it allows players to really open up. And you can miss your tee shot by a few degrees and still score on the hole, which, contrary to last week at W.R. Jackson, where you couldn't miss by a single degree. So there's a lot of airspace out here in Jonesboro, and Calvin really has separated himself on this course in the past because of his ability to shape a driver at that 500 to 550 foot range. He gives himself that much more of an advantage on some of these longer par fours out here.
I think he does it on some of the longer par threes as well. I mean, you look at his playoff shot on hole 1. It's 470, slightly uphill, and he throws just straight at it. Like, not many players have the luxury of doing that unless they want to play to short side circle 1, which is fine. But that's the thing that he has the advantage of here. I mean, a lot of players who throw far like to stretch the disc out and move it a lot of side-to-side movement. He throws the tightest flex lines possible, if he even has to do that sometimes. So, yeah, obviously he's the favorite here. He also said something interesting in the press conference where he didn't believe that Silver Series events should be worth points towards the Disc Golf Pro Tour, which I found to be interesting. I think, you know, his sentiment that silver events should be eventually a tour for players trying to get on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. But I did find it interesting that he felt like he had to play some of the events. What do you think about that?
Yeah, we haven't heard too much from the players, you know, about that. So very interesting to hear Calvin open up about the Silver Series. I think that we're still trying to figure things out. You know, we're still very new. You know, just 8 years in on the entire Pro Tour. So it's good to get, you know, opinions from some of the best in the game so that we can tweak things and make sure that everyone feels like their path to being one of the 32 at the Tour Championship is fair. Right now, Brian, I feel like there is a place for Silver Series events, especially for players that, you know, don't have the Tour Pass and are trying to make a living doing this. And I think that it makes sense that they're 50% right now, but only time will tell, really.
Calvin had a lot to say during his press conference, but he also had a lot to say about the course here in Jonesboro. Let's hear from him during the press conference this week.
I don't have very aggressive treaded shoes, so normally like the loose tee pads aren't really that big of a deal for me. I think it's really an issue for the people that wear like the more hiking style shoes. Their shoes really do grab these carpet or turf tee pads a lot more, and sometimes they do pull them. So I mean, I have a flat bottom shoe, and it shouldn't be an issue for me this week. I mean, I've spent a lot of time on the putting green this week, just getting extra reps on a practice basket, and I've also thrown some more approaches, just going out to a little church course this week. So definitely put a little more work into that. Don't know how important that's going to be really out here on this course, but it is something that needs to be cleaned up.
Let's take a look at your early leaders.
Jessica Weiss, 4 under through 8. And Haley King racking it up, 4 under through 6.
Let's jump forward to the afternoon. Also, we have the MPO feature card. A lot of players ready to shoot it up this afternoon. And yeah, we have our FPO division about to go off. Let's kick it to a quick break, and we'll wrap things up here on Tournament Central. We'll see you soon.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same. And there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out. Be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Welcome back one last time. Haley King now 6 through 8, absolutely shredding it right now. Anything can happen out here this week. Like you said, the wind is down, and a lot of players in this FPO division ready to shoot it up and move up the leaderboard. For Tournament Central, Brian Earhart, Nate Perkins, we will see you this afternoon for a recap of the FPO division. Until then, let's catch the action.
Dude, Arkansas's got a lot of great courses out here. And I think what really sets it apart is the people, though. You're not going to come out to many states and find people as warm, as welcoming as the Arkansan crowd.
I think they utilize it very well. Some of the par threes are hard shots. Even though it's straight, the way that the trees are and things like that, like it makes you have to throw a straight shot out the gap, but you need to move it.
I feel like no matter what, we're going to get wind out here. If I had to realize that wooded courses, open courses, windy, better figure out how to play on all of them.
I'm happy to be back here because last year it went well here. I just wanted to win so bad, and I felt this extra focus. I have 2 suitcases this year. I came prepared.
Just 5 days after crowning our first major champions of the season, we head to another favorite course of our top players, featuring rolling hills and forgiving fairways. Welcome to the Disc Side of Heaven and the 2023 Play It Again Sports Jonesboro Open, presented by Prodigy. Friday morning here in Jonesboro as we look at our current conditions. Temperatures at 57 degrees. Humidity is up at 87%. 5-mile-per-hour winds coming from the north. Getting things started early. Ella Hansen, hole number 1. Hunting the basket and coming up just short. A park job to open up her Jonesboro Open and her 2023 run at the title. Welcome in, everyone. I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy, joined alongside Hall of Famer and 4-time world champion Valarie Jenkins. Val, man, I said it was just a few days ago. We were sitting here watching our first major championship, and it was pretty impressive, especially by our champion, Kristin Tattar.
Yeah, and it's tough to just jump in the car, head to the next event with that still on your mind. How do you stay motivated? I mean, Kristin just looked so good, dialing in the shots through the woods out at the IDGC on the Jackson course. I mean, those first couple of rounds to get that commanding lead heading into the finish, she just played flawlessly.
The fact that she was so clean off the tee, her putting looked so good, her confidence at an all-time high, to then go out and win with such command, really. It just felt like she was in control throughout the entire weekend and nothing could faze her. Here's from circle 2, long range putt, no problem. I almost think it would be a silly question to ask, did you find any flaw in her game?
I think she missed a putt.
Well, when it was all said and done, she is going to finish with a 96% C1X putting ratio for the weekend, and quite frankly, too many records that she's broken. We don't have time to read all of these, so you're going to have to take a screen grab and look at this later, but so impressive what she's done. Val, it feels like as she continues to forge forward in her path and her incredible play, she's knocking off record after record after record. Some of those, quite a few of those, held by yourself. How does that feel?
Well, you know, I said it last night, we were talking about it, you know, for me, it's surprising to find out these records that I was holding. So it just helps my ego knowing that I was there at one time, and it's a good reminder. But it is a new generation now with Kristin Tattar setting the bar even higher for women's disc golf.
Just making her a rival, and she will be coming in trying to defend her title here after a 10-stroke margin of victory in the 2022 tournament.
Missy Gannon, she was our runner-up last year, right behind Kristin, but a 10-stroke lead that is tough to chase in the final round.
Great opening tee shot for Gannon at circle's edge.
Second to tee. Coming all the way from Norway, we've got Lucky.
Now just going by a single name. That's when you know you've made it.
Short, almost to circle one.
Third to tee. From Spokane, Washington, we've got Hannah Huynh.
That's pushed off to the right side. Doesn't look like it stays clean for Hannah.
And rounding out our 9:34 tee time from Grapevine, Texas, we've got Holland Hunley.
Holland put on a great performance last weekend. She maintained on the chase card until that final round, but she is really putting her game together. And she's got big distance.
Similar to what we saw at Music City Open as well a few weeks ago, and this is heading right to the pin. And off the pole koozie. Great opening throw for Holland Hanley. We're going to head over to hole 12. Arya Castruita having a great round so far. She's 6 under through 11. And that's going to make her 7 under through 12. Bogey free. Great start for Arya. Some of the other early scores we're seeing. Haley King also 7 under. Silva coming in at 5 under along with Jessica Weiss. Stacy Ronsley 4 under. Emily Beach, and, well, a slew of women all sitting at 2 under throughout various parts in the course. Let's take a look at our UDisc course close-up. As I said, a favorite course of so many players here at the Disc Side of Heaven, number 2 rated course in Arkansas, number 98th in the world, rated 4.6 on UDisc. And there are 2 separate courses that are out here on site. Of course, the Disc Side of Heaven, the much more difficult one, the championship caliber one at a par 66, a little over 8,500 feet. And some stats from 2022 show that the top 3 holes for scoring separation in the front 9, hole 6, along with at 55% OB rate, as you can understand, with plenty of water surrounding it. UDisc, the app for disc golfers. Make sure you go out there and download it today.
I thought that was interesting how it was talking about the elevation. It's as if these players are climbing 19 floors, and they're walking down 24. So you are going up and down these hills. So it takes some endurance to continue to allow your body to keep trudging up these hills and to keep your mind in it and not let your mind slip away because you're so tired.
So far seeing some very moderate weather at 57 degrees here this morning. Good bit, but short for Lorenzen. Missy has a birdie look from the edge of circle 1.
And if you don't have the 400 plus distance, you need to expect to be faced with a lot of those circle edge putts or circle 2 putts if you want to score.
Missy taps in for the par. Hannah will do the same. And closest to the pin and last to tap in, Hon Hanley. What a great birdie to start a round. We saw back-to-back birdies on 11 and 12. This going for the turkey. And Aria in. Great start, 8 under through 13. We've got our final feature card on the other side of the break. We'll be right back.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same. And there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out, be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Kyle Klein stepping up for the birdie on 18.
Your Open champion, Gannon Burr.
Another record-setting weekend on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Back-to-back weeks. Winner coming from the chase card. Pretty special stuff. Gannon Burr, Kyle Klein, 2 young superstars on tour, showing you how to get it done.
Join the Paul Macbeth Foundation's Builders Club to help bring sustainable disc golf experiences to people and communities around the world. For a small monthly donation, you can help us make a real impact. Your donation will go directly to making a difference. By becoming a monthly subscriber, you'll also receive exclusive updates on our work, special offers, and discounts. So join us today and make a difference with the Paul Macbeth Foundation. Together we can make a big impact, one small donation at a time.
Just saw Missy Gannon in the picture-in-picture there.
Sorry, Terry. Every year, that gap that they're trying to hit over that branch is getting smaller and smaller. And when you have to throw that far with your disc nose up like that, it's tough to gain the distance that you need. It's a par 4, 600 feet. It continues to climb uphill after these drives.
And if you're just joining us, Arya Castruita off to a great start. Currently your solo leader here at 8 under. I know that her and her entire family are all in on disc golf. She has a pair of sisters. They all have won world titles. I've seen them at the Junior Worlds throughout the last few years. Sponsored. We've seen them perform well at the Next Gen finale, taking down those championships. Entire family of female disc golfers, and Arya off to such an incredible start here today. Looking like possibly her 4th birdie in a row. So you're also playing alongside Jessica Weiss, who's having a good start. Arya comes into the event with a 943 rating. She's played 72 events and has 22 wins, so she knows what it's like to play under pressure. A lot of those being, yes, amateur wins, but in the last few years she has managed to pick up another 4 or 5 wins in the pro division.
Can't help to think that that distance post was in the mind of Lucky as she was running up, and even just in her arm swing, making sure that she released nice and high to avoid it.
I don't want to shortchange Arya just for a moment. 8 FPO wins, including the Next Gen National Championships back in October of 21.
Great shot.
Thanks.
Holcomb's second shot on 14, right next to the pin.
Her backhand looks so solid. I mean, she is so confident. I wish I could say that after years of working on my sidearm game.
She should have a tap-in birdie as we're seeing Hannah Huynh approach on 2. Up against the left side tree line, and she'll certainly be obstructed over there. We'll see if Gannon hangs it wider. And she does, just deep of the pin, inside the circle. Hanley, plenty of room to work with. And just outside of the bullseye. Great approach. Taking a look at our keys here from blackinkdisc.com, the premium disc golf store. Val, take it away.
Yeah, accuracy with distance. You have to have a big arm, but you also have to keep it in the fairway and get in those landing zones. And you should rely on your strengths out here. If you can't throw those big drives, you need to make sure that you can get yourself opportunities to putt and get birdies, because they are abundant out here, and Arya is showing us the path today. I think every hole out here has the opportunity to be birdied. It's just a matter of not forcing it too much and causing those bogeys to happen.
And from 22 feet, no problems for Arya. That is her 4th birdie in a row, and 5 out of the last 6, and 9 out of 14. What a start.
Outstanding. 100% putting inside the circle. And at this moment, she just needs to kind of get in that blackout zone. Don't even think about how good you're playing. Just finish the round and get this in the books.
She's also had 4 looks from C2, hasn't converted on those, and those are where you're finding her pars. But everything inside the circle, she's cashed in. And many of you saw Hannah Huynh just a few weeks ago playing at Blue Ridge. Solid performance, finishing in 3rd. Straddle putt doesn't connect there, but she really felt like that may have been a breakout performance from her, and excited to see what her future has.
What's it look like?
Off to a great start is Holland Hanley. short hole 15. Let's see if she can put herself in position for another one. It's inside the circle. So far, so good for Arya. We've got our final feature card coming up on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The inspiration of creating a new disc line for Dynamic Discs was to actually step up the quality even more.
Our friends over at Latitude 64 have to have special molds made. And this Supreme line of plastic is truly a premium plastic. It's a premium disc, and you will know it when you touch it and when you throw it, that it's as good as it gets.
At Discraft, we don't wait to see what the future holds. We build it. The future is in your hands.
You know, a lot of people say that Ed was the father of disc golf. Well, that's true. He did invent the basket. But Ed did another wonderful thing, probably his major accomplishment, was being the first person to realize that we had a sport on our hands, not just a toy.
In 1976, Steady Ed Hedrick founded the Professional Disc Golf Association with a dream of turning a flying plastic toy into a global sport. Since then, the PDGA, members, players, event directors, and volunteers have worked to realize that dream. From the very first baskets to courses around the world. And yet, it's only the beginning. We're looking to the horizon with even bigger dreams for tomorrow.
How is your putter release so powerful even as far out as 50 feet? A lot of the power on my putt is generated from like a little finger pop / wrist action at the very end. Hold a disc in your hand even when you're sitting down on a couch. You can kind of just pop it up, try to like pop the disc vertical, do this and just slowly practice getting it higher, and you're just really trying to use your wrist, not really your arm. That's how I do it, and that's a tip to how you can do it too.
The trophies. Any plan to take those back with you right now?
Yeah, I have 2 suitcases this year. I came prepared.
All right.
And if that isn't a flex, I don't know what is. Preparing this year by bringing an extra suitcase to take the trophies home is Kristen Tatar. Looks like we're ready to go.
From South Dakota.
Our 2021 champion of this event shot a lights out 12 under in one of the rounds.
Off to a great start on the hole number 1 drive.
Second to tee from Estonia, we've got Kristen Tatar. Third to tee, we've got Arkansas Zone. Out of Rosebud, Arkansas, we got Kat Mertsch.
Plenty of home state cheering and applause there for Kat Mertsch, ready to go on the tee at 1.
Needs to get stable. Find his way to the edge. Not bad.
Rounding out the women's lead card, we've got Caroline Henderson out of Frisco, Texas.
Caroline will have the second closest shot of the group. And a win with a birdie look on 3. Right side corner pocket.
Oh.
Aria now with the birdie look just inside the circle. We'll say 9 meters. That one tickles chain, so her first miss from inside C1. Holland for birdie on 3. That's a turkey for Holland Hanley to get started. And Val, we've seen various mistakes that are made. We see a couple of shots turned over on one, but to find one clipping early trees on that right side, that's very uncommon.
It sure is. These fairways, specifically on hole 1, this fairway is very wide, but to get the full distance, we see players like what Kat Mertsch did, hanging it off and turning it over a little bit too much. But yeah, haven't seen them knock down halfway down the fairway. The biggest thing on hole 1, just walk away with a par if you're not in the perfect position to get the birdie.
And Holland, who's started off 3 for 3, now on the tee of 4. And you see the pole out there. That is an indicator that gives you 250 left to the pin. So anytime you see the red ones, those are 250 left to the pin. If we do see a blue one, that means it is 500 from that pin into the basket. So 2 sets of markers out there again this weekend. Easy pitch for Mertsch. That should be a par.
Oh, wow. Look at how far Aria went past the basket and I think got a little bit of a roll.
She would go on to make the bogey from there, but first real mistake that we've seen from Aria today.
And not a hole that you expect many players to get a bogey on, but it's that aggressive putting that can really start to add the strokes up.
Yeah, that being one of the shortest and easiest holes on the course, you almost chalk that one up for birdie. If you think about no matter how your round is going, when I get to 15, that should be a birdie, and maybe she just got a little ahead of herself there.
I mean, when your putting is perfect throughout the day and you step up to an inside the circle putt, you got to go for it. You're feeling good.
Putter looks great for Katrina Allen picking up the birdie on 1.
And her putt looked great last weekend as well, and that's what allowed her to just stay in the position to play really well out in the wooded course. Of course, we know she's great in the fairway and throwing those fairway and accurate shots, but it all comes down to putting.
This is a birdie look for Deanne Carey on 15, and she converts. We've got more action coming up on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Hello, we're Kenna. We're a Dutch growing company. We love plants and we want to tell you some cool things about them. Just like humans, plants can communicate. They can sense when another plant is close. Plants look out for each other too. They warn neighbors about nearby threats by secreting substances. And studies have shown that plants love a good tune. We love and understand plants. Let our passion excite you too.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Hammes needs to get something going. And in, Adam Hammes. Hole in one. Incredible. Welcome back, Katrina Allen on the tee of 2.
Whoa. That was a smash. Well over 400 feet.
Good clean tee shot here for Kristen. We have Brian Earhart out on the ground and on the course for us all weekend long. Brian, we're seeing long sleeves, we're seeing short sleeves, pants. What's the weather doing for us out there?
You know, Terry, this time of year, there's a lot of room temperature type weather, and it's wonderful. Right now, we're just below that. So, yes, a little bit chilly, a little bit of a breeze blowing through the course. Still great disc golf weather. And the course, walking down the fairway of 2, just looks beautiful. This grass is more manicured than I've ever seen it. It's going to be a real treat to watch golf out here this week.
Looking forward to it. As I said earlier, this is certainly one of the favorites of our competitors out here playing here at the disc side of heaven. Hanley with her second shot on 4. See, she has just about 300 to the pin. And she'll have a putt from inside the circle. Castruita's second shot on the par 4.
What a great position she's in.
Just going with the standstill, getting caught up on that right side, but happy to see it land on the land, and she is going to have a look for birdie. Now Missy Gannon, about 275 to the pin. There is the threat of going deep and out of bounds, but she checks up, and she'll have a look for birdie. Beautiful overview shot of hole number 2.
There's a lot of natural obstacles out here. There are some artificial out-of-bounds lines that we'll talk about throughout the course, but the way this course sets up, it is a challenge just in its natural state. Making sure you're landing in the right position so you don't have those huge trees that create that bunker. Oh, and the hill catches that sidearm.
Low release for Henderson. Kristen lining up a backhand approach. And that should result in a birdie with a bullseye hit. Kristen spoke of this being her last event in the U.S. for a few weeks. She'll be heading home after the conclusion of the Jonesboro Open. Excited to spend some time with her daughter. I know she went home a few weeks ago, but it was a very brief visit, and she had a lot of business to do that wasn't necessarily relaxing and able to spend much time with her daughter. So she's excited to get back, which you can totally understand. A little reset for her. Either that or she's just scheduling trophy drop-offs like a delivery service. And Holland Hanley, 4 for 4 to get started.
Holland's thinking, I'll make your luggage a little lighter. I'm going to give it a go this weekend.
She has been in that conversation now for the last few weeks. Kat, after an incredible drive, puts herself inside the bullseye. Looking to pick up her second birdie. Gannon for birdie on 4. That's 3 in a row for Missy.
Not as close as maybe she would like, so she'll still have a little bit left on her putt.
And Arya doesn't convert on the birdie look. You have to wonder if Caroline maybe just a little bit of nerves. Of course, she's here on our feature card, recently signing with Prodigy, who's also our presenting sponsor of the event. Oh, and Kat Mertsch almost dunks it in from long range, but doesn't quite get it to stick.
Look at the height underneath this putt, the angle that it's coming into the basket. Oh, I mean, that could have easily stayed in the basket as much as it fell out. That was a great run.
Just off the rim from three-point range, it looked like there with that follow-through. Henderson now to save par.
That'll get the heart racing. That'll make you think a little bit as we head into the next parts of the course. You know, can she focus back in and kind of push those nerves aside?
And we know that sometimes even something like that may release some pressure.
Right.
You know, she's got a lot of excitement about the event and about the tournament, and having a bogey out of the way might just be a sigh of relief in some regard. We'll see how she bounces back. But meanwhile, Kat's in for the short-range birdie.
And just as they were teeing off, I was noticing it was pretty calm conditions. I was thinking, all right, this is going to be a day to score if the wind can stay down. But we're already seeing around the basket of hole 2, the breeze start to pick up. And that's always something we talk about out here on this course.
This looks like trouble for Hanley. And that will be out of bounds. So Holland has work to do on the 5th after 4 birdies to start her round. Aria on 17. Will be inbounds. We'll see what kind of angle she has for attack on her second shot. Now Gannon back on 5. This needs to just hook up at the end. And it doesn't come back enough. Gannon out of bounds.
So there's a safe layup zone.
This looks like it needs to finish at the end, just as Gannon's did, and it does. On the dance floor for Hannah Huynh.
Yeah, just 345 feet. So these players can reach it, but it requires that distance with accuracy. You know, can you judge what the wind's doing over the water? See, that hole is always tough.
Great shot by Katrina Allen, trying to go 3 for 3 to start. Nice hyzer shot, working out quite well for Tatar.
It's just 310 feet to the basket. Oh, and another foot or two, and that could have been in the basket for Kat Mertsch.
We'll see if Henderson can start getting on track here. That's going to be deep, but she'll have a look for birdie. And the Halal guys coming in strong this morning here. Some spicy throws, including the one by Kat Mertsch. She also had a few spicy comments
back, everybody.
at the
We have
press
Kat
conference
Mertsch sitting here,
yesterday.
or Macho Man Randy Savage? Is that who you're trying to channel this week?
Oh, yeah, brother. I'm trying to channel that confidence every single week of my life until I die. I think if you think there's a home state advantage, you're probably going to have a mistake. You might overcompensate for something. I think you got to come out here and tear it up every weekend. Shutting everybody out, going into a hermit mode, probably not speaking for months and just staying in a field and close to a basket for hours each and every day. Yeah, man. Oh, yeah.
Randy Savage, Kat Mertsch out here in her home state. Says it's not much of an advantage, doesn't want to overplay it. Now, Henderson has the look at birdie. See if that's the reset she needed. Great bounce back. Kristen for the second birdie of the card and the second one on her scorecard. We all have all the ingredients here, Val, for a star frame. Kat's the third birdie. Now, Kat Mertsch to complete the frame. Doesn't get much easier than that. Back with Holland Hanley now. Throwing her third on 5. She'll have a short comeback to save bogey.
So close to being out of bounds on that left-hand side. She now has to get to the corner and turn with that dog leg to the right.
Missy Gannon with a pretty effective approach here. Now Huynh on the green of 5. Left-sided in. She's 2 under bogey free.
That's huge to get the birdie. You see a lot of pars on this one if players are playing safe, but so many bogeys. And there's 2 of them right there for Holland and Missy.
Yeah, Holland actually didn't convert from her approach and then ultimately taps in for the double bogey. So hole 5 definitely slowing her down after such a great start, going 4 for 4. And too much hyzer angle on that coming out of the hand of Katrina here. That's going to be way left, and now she's maybe even second guessing her wind read that she had.
Yeah, that final point of her release, I wasn't sure if it was a slide or what happened. But yeah, too much inside. You just need to be out in the open. You need to give yourself a run up for the second shot.
And I realize it was just a single throw here as she's off to a great start. But Brian, you spoke to Kat about her form and the progress that she's had this year. What did she tell you yesterday?
Yeah, she's always very vague with it when I talk to her because obviously she's in season. I don't think she wants to jinx herself. But pretty much what I'm getting at is she had an era when she felt like her throw was perfect and she was very satisfied with it. I'm guessing 2014 when she won her first world title. She said she's been studying a lot of old video, trying to get back to what she calls her true throw, and we're seeing glimpses of it. I mean, she seems like she's more satisfied than ever with it. I just think it's fascinating that she's actively making swing changes mid-season. It's not easy to do that just from a psychology standpoint.
Yeah, and she has been very open and has talked about it quite often throughout this year, as you're saying, Brian. So great to see. Of course, she's been a fierce competitor for many years and trying to hunt down another victory in Jonesboro. We jump over to the tee of 6 with Missy Gannon.
2 OB water holes back to back. But she hits the back wall. Stays safe, I believe. But she hit it so hard. That could have busted through.
Playing off the backboard there on 6. And the approach wasn't great for Aria, so that's going to be her third, but she should be escaping with the par. Hanley. This is coming in hot. Does that have too much? She needs it to sit. And she carries out over the wall and out of bounds for Hanley. So back-to-back struggles off the tee for Holland on 5 and 6.
Will you get 2 meters off of it?
And Brian, just looking for quick confirmation, I assume there's a barbed wire fence, and we're hearing Kat talk about having 2 meters relief of it. Is that what's going on out there?
Yeah, there's some barbed wire fencing kind of littered throughout this property, and it's not standing straight up. A lot of times it's just beneath kind of the ground in the leaves. So yeah, must have found some and gotten her 2 meters from there. So just a safety measure.
Appreciate the clarification. I'll go ahead and add, in all of the years that I've been watching golf here at this side of heaven, I don't know if I've ever seen someone this far left and that barbed wire fence actually come into play. So it really says something about where Kat's drive veered off to on this left-hand side. It just never really comes into play.
But it was helpful to get that 2 meter relief to give herself a more open arm swing and an more open run up as well.
And Missy just barely sneaks it in, taking advantage of that back wall. So she's in for the birdie and a great bounce back from hole 5. Now we've got a par look for Deanne Carey. Hole 12 appeared to be her one struggle today. Let's see if she can close out strong on 18 now. Henderson. Approximately 280 or so, I'd guess, to the pin.
The OB comes in about 25 feet on the left-hand side of the pin and around circle's edge beyond the pin. So landing to the right of the basket and skipping it close is the ideal shot for our right-handed backhand throwers. And that will do. She scoots up to the bullseye range.
Caroline spoke yesterday of her husband being on the bag and them always having conversations as to what her best chances are and her best method of success is. And she's still a very new player to the game. And we've seen her come in full force here in 2023, including an incredible opening performance at the Las Vegas Challenge. And not quite getting it to stop as it was coming in hot there for Tatar. She'll be just deep of the basket with a birdie comeback look. Kristen looks like she's added a layer here as the temps are in the high 50s with a little bit of wind. And that's going to be out of bounds for Mertsch.
The wind is pushing from right to left up near the basket, and the way that Kat released that on such a high flight path, but then at very extreme angle.
TF7 for Gannon.
One of our shorter par 4s. Really comes down to the second shot. That's nice and wide open for Missy.
Great finesse shot there by Katrina Allen right next to the pin. We're seeing a beautiful overhead shot. And I believe as Brian was talking with our tournament director and course designer Brad Peets yesterday, Brian, was he confirming that this actually might be where the start of the course will be next year? Did I understand that correctly?
Yeah, it sounds like they're changing up some of the hole numbers to give the spectators an even better experience. I mean, just on top of the hill past 16's basket is a really beautiful, expansive green space. And I think they're going to want to start somewhere up there. He didn't give us full details of what holes were getting changed, but it sounds like the course is pretty much going to remain the same, minus just a couple changes. So yeah, just again, continuously making the environment better for everybody. I can't wait.
Yeah, he really alluded to a just essentially renumbering of the holes, but the course pretty much remaining intact for the most part, as we saw Kristen Tatar's birdie attempt just short, looking like a par here on 4. Now Kat Mertsch, after going OB, still has a little work to do.
A very confident stroke. She knew as soon as she released it, it was right on line.
And Val, I refrained. I swear I refrained. Over the last few years, hole 4 has some official jinx on it. We could put together a compilation of some of the weirdest spit outs or cut throughs on this specific hole, honestly like no other, I think, on the entire tour. I have no idea what it is, and after seeing that, I finally I had to say something, even though I was going to hold back.
Quit thinking it, Terry.
I'm sorry. I was ready to call Caroline for her second birdie after the bogey and a great bounce back, and then it slid through on her. Hole 4 is possessed or something. Here's Arya for par on 17. Just barely squeaking it in, but it'll work. Huynh with her approach on 7. Quite effective. That should work. And Hannah has been playing great, as we mentioned, especially with her performance at Blue Ridge a few weeks ago. Haley King doing some work out here. 11 under now through 15.
Yeah, to see players reaching double digits under par on a single round on this course, it's just outstanding. And we know that Haley has the power to reach all of these par 3s. She's giving herself more opportunities by throwing far on the par 4s. So Haley, if she can keep her mind in it this weekend, she was in the hunt last weekend during the major. We'll see what she can pull off, because she has all the skills to continue scoring low on a course like this. I can only dream of what it's like to throw as far as Haley King and Holland Hanley on a course like this, where you could just unleash. You have the freedom just to throw as far as you can with so much power. That just gives you more opportunities. And I think that was a very safe shot going out of bounds. So she was playing that left-hand side, but carries it too far.
Mertsch basket hunting again. Just deep.
And for another year. I'm pretty sure she splashed out one year. This is her hole.
She was calling for it. She knew it was online. Asking for it to come back, but it's just not going to have the room for it. And another out-of-bounds tee shot on 5. Yeah, you called it. This one just so sneaky on us, and year after year we see strokes given away here on the tee of 5. That one just sneaks inbound for Katrina Allen, elated to find it on the dance floor.
We even got a skip. Skipping to her bag, she's so excited. That is not something we see out of Katrina. And I was thinking, in previous years, it has been Katrina's strategy to lay up and play this hole for par. But now, feeling confident, the wind is just crushing, and she goes for it. Success hole on round 1.
This is Gannon for birdie on 7. On line, but just a bit short. And the tee shots that go OB go to the drop zone, which is where we're seeing Kristen. This is hunting at the basket as well, almost putting it in for the par save. Very effective approach from the drop zone. Lorenzen for birdie. Dead center. Great bounce back. Anakin on hole 16 is in. Mertsch with a birdie look on 5. From basket hunting to birdie. Nice work by Kat Mertsch. Little flex. Oh, but she left the caddy hanging. Uh-oh. That's a crucial mistake, folks. You cannot leave the caddy hanging. And the payoff for Katrina Allen. Henderson taps in as well. So seeing that hole 5 is going to take a bite out of the scorecard for a number of our players. Kristen already putting her first birdie, or excuse me, her first bogey on her scorecard. She had so very few last weekend at the majors. We're going to take a look at hole number 6, one of my favorite holes out here, Val.
Yeah, this is a fun hole if you can get it onto the green. 280 feet to clear the water and to get right in the circle. I mean, you basically have to throw it within 33 feet to land safe. There's no layup zone. There's no safety. You have to throw over the water to get it to the basket. 315 feet. The green is on a slight slope uphill, so if you do overpower it to get it there, you need to make sure you're also keeping it low, and that will continue to skip up to the pin. But too much power and too high, you're going to go out of bounds.
Leaking left for Mertsch, but gets a bank shot, and the crowd likes it. Brian, can you describe, we know every green's a little bit different, but what does the wall and the OB line look like on the green of 6 here? How close are they to one another?
Yeah, I think it's pretty expansive. It looks pretty small from the camera's angle, but players have a lot of room to work with here. And different this year compared to years prior is that OB line short is unobstructed, so you can hit the basket or hit ground and catch edge and roll back OB. So definitely have to stick this one nice and close and nice and soft.
Safe shot for Allen.
That was frightening, watching it from the drone's view.
Not if you're Kristen. she knew she had it on lock.
I don't know, there was some sort of elevator action going on. It looked like her disc dropped and was just going to drop in the middle of the pond for a second. Maybe that's just me.
Henderson with the backhand. Asking for it to push over, and it's not going to find the green, so Henderson goes to the drop zone, struggling early here in the first 6 holes. Not enough turn here on the tee of 8, as that's eventually going to flex back out. So it's going to be deep of the pin. She'll be coming back at the basket.
Yeah, center of our screen, there's a large tree. The basket's tucked just on that left-hand side, just around the bend. So this is the shot. Gorgeous. Great shot from Holland. Now back on 6. If you don't land safe, you go to the drop zone, just 50 feet in front of the tee, and now you still have to throw over the water. This looks good.
That'll be a tap-in bogey for Caroline. Missy coming back at the basket and put herself inside circle 1. Still with some work to do on that uphill elevated pin that we find on 8. Katrina's often spoke of how she's teaching herself Finnish. I don't know if maybe Estonian will be what she learns next. And again, when we speak with Kristen, I think we all forget that English isn't her first language. She is so versed and so poised and confident in her speaking of English. It's just absolutely incredible.
Yeah, I'm still trying to get English under wraps.
There's days here in the booth I certainly wonder if how well I know it, that's for sure. Allen, the putt is looking good here in the first 6 holes. Online, perfect height, speed, confidence, everything on the downhill putt for 6. Similar distance, different angle here for Tatar. Same result though.
She is just so good at those uphill putts.
And after taking down the major last weekend, Kristen was public about not only, of course, being proud about herself, but she also said how she didn't really want to be involved from a media landscape. She didn't want to get fully out there. She just really wanted to soak it in and enjoy her time and then focus on this weekend. And I can really appreciate that. There comes with, Val, there comes a lot of pressures after winning an event. Everybody wants to talk to you. Everybody wants to scoop or the story. And, at your time, it was more writing articles than it was necessarily podcasts. But a lot of obligations and being pulled in a lot of directions after a big win.
Oh, no, not the roll.
That is worst case scenario for Missy Gannon. A long look for birdie from Haley King on 18, or excuse me, on 16. Deep in circle 2 for bogey. And it's probably easy to be a little shy or tentative when approaching to that uphill basket or giving that a long-range putt, knowing the exact same thing could happen with hitting and then rolling them. So Haley's comeback for par slides out, and that's going to be a bogey now for King on her scorecard.
The second bogey on her scorecard. She's sitting at 10 under still. Still maintaining those double digits under par.
Even with 2 bogeys. Mertsch on the tee of 7.
Doesn't get the full flight out of that drive. But again, it's a shorter par 4, so you can make up that distance on the second shot.
That'll work for Katrina, left side. See if Henderson can possibly find the green and get back on track after struggling on the last couple of holes. Haley King, as you just mentioned, Val, 10 under through 16. That's with 2 bogeys on her scorecard. Arya is now in the clubhouse. She finished with a 9 under.
With 1 bogey on her scorecard, preventing her from getting to double digits.
And quite the separation as of right now. And of course, we have quite a few women still on the course, but quite the separation between those hot scores and then what we're seeing in a tie for third, way back at 5 under. Arya, wow, putting together those 4 in a row, most of which we saw, 11 through 14, ended up birdieing also on 18.
Yeah, and hole 15 is very birdieable. She just happened to miss the first putt, sailed downhill, and she missed the comebacker.
Yeah, of all holes to bogey, that's probably the least that you would expect out there on this course. Arya, also our 2022 PDGA FPO Rookie of the Year. And if you're watching on YouTube, welcome in here for our opening round at the Jonesboro Open, and we invite you to join us on the Disc Golf Network. Go ahead and find us at discgolfnetwork.com or take a screenshot, maybe click on that little QR code, go out and subscribe. A ton of content, all available to you day in and day out. This first round, of course, free on YouTube. The rest of the weekend exclusively on the Disc Golf Network. We hear Kat Mertsch saying she feels like she might have gone out of turn. Sometimes that's up for debate when you're talking about a, near 600-foot par 4 can be tough to officially identify and determine.
And we're zooming in. She's right in the middle of that tree.
So Haley on the tee of 17. That should put her in good position to get around the corner.
That's just amazing. Yeah, I can't wait to see where that shot ends up. And if she does have the distance, that looked like a casual sidearm for Haley.
And speaking of sidearms, that gets caught up left side, doesn't quite get all the way to the green. She'll have a long putt for birdie on 7.
And I love the shape of this hole. You could throw a big backhand drive off of the tee pad, and then the best shot to approach the green is a nice solid sidearm. And that's exactly what Kristen does.
Here's Huynh with her 3rd shot on the par 5. And she's in the side of the circle for a birdie look. And thank you to our friends over at Flight Factory, providing us with some beautiful drone and aerial coverage throughout this weekend's broadcast. Make sure you check them out today. And speaking of checking things out, Brian, you're out on the ground. Talk to us about the weather over the previous few days, because sometimes it feels like the practice days versus competition days are vastly different. What were they experiencing out there?
You know, I think they had pretty good weather throughout the week, and then Thursday came and there was some dreariness. The weather definitely changed. It got colder. It was a little misty all day on Thursday. There were still quite a few players out here playing practice rounds, getting the work in, but today it's just that swirling Jonesboro wind. It's just classic out here. It feels like you're playing into a headwind off of so many different holes facing different directions. So luckily it's not that high yet. I think later this afternoon it should change.
I was noticing some of the precipitation and mist that Brian was talking about yesterday during the final day of practice. Katrina Allen actually said yesterday that she was going to just stand down and not have a practice day and let her body and mind rest, as Kat Mertsch opts for the safe shot. It looked like she was going to give it a bid and then decided just to pitch it up next to the pin, and she'll settle for the par.
Yeah, we know we've seen some weather out here at Jonesboro in the recent years, and there's no reason to push your body with risk of injuring yourself if you're slipping on the tees or slipping on the fairways. Of course, they just came off of that 4-day major. Their bodies they need the rest, let's just say that.
Circle 2, Kat. A little too strong, doesn't get it to drop. And one of the unfortunate things about not only the 4-day major, but then the travel, Katrina was talking about it, saying that basically the second her last putt dropped at the Champions Cup, her and Austin got in the truck and they booked it straight to Jonesboro, putting in the 8.5, 9 hours, because they were trying to get a camping spot at their favorite campground, and they got here just to find out that it had been sold out already. It was first come, first serve, but unfortunately they didn't get their camping spot, and that's got to be frustrating, because she said, I don't like to be in the car for more than, say, 5 hours at a time, and they made the beeline for it, and it didn't pay off. You know all about that tour van life, don't you, Val?
Bummer, yeah. And that's the thing. It's still disc golf. These players are out there driving themselves to the next tournament, trying to scope out the best camping spots. Someday we'll be in the 5-star hotels and flying to every tournament.
Oh, and Hannah Huynh doesn't quite get it to drop for birdie on 9. Not quite on the pole, so off center for her, and it doesn't fall in. Now Haley King with just an incredible drive here on 17. You couldn't be set up in a much better spot off the tee. But she doesn't take advantage of it. That's going to be short on her approach. So if she's going to get the birdie, it's going to be with a good putt. Lorenzen for birdie on 9. Nice, solid putting stroke for her, center chain. Gonna head over here to 8. Multiple angles, all from in the air here, Val.
Yeah, we see the lower left is our drone flying the shot that the discs should be flying on to get around the corner. It's basically a blind shot for these players, but it is just tucked around that tree. If you get it past the tree and hyzering back to the basket on that sidearm flight, you're in a great spot to attack for birdie. And it is a very tough angle to reach the pin on a backhand shot. It's just so challenging. And look at this trickster shot. Just leaves it inside.
Cat with a much lower line. We'll see if she can get around the corner. Doesn't quite scoot all the way through. We're going to head to break. We'll be right back.
Hey, Jonathan, catch. Huh?
Jonathan, we're getting an anomalous critical failure on your suit. Could you please confirm status?
Sorry, man.
Are you sick and tired of browsing through countless online stores for your disc golf equipment only to come up empty-handed? Look no farther. At 1010 Discs, we have a vast selection with pictures of each disc so you can find the exact one you need. We offer a wide variety of top quality brands at affordable prices, including discs, bags, accessories, and much more.
One of my favorite partnerships with Discraft is the Paul Macbeth molds. The Athena specifically has just been a really fun one because it's a disc that I've been looking forward to. It's definitely a staple in my bag. It sits right between my Undertakers and my Onyx. A little bit blunt nose so it can fight and handle the wind, it can handle some torque, and it's just one that I can throw at all powers. That's what I really like about it. I'm just glad that we're able to make this disc, have it in hand, and have it as a stock disc that anyone can get.
And welcome back. And Brian, did we just see a left-handed drive from Kat Mertsch off the tee? And if so, give us an assessment here.
Well, I'm not going to break down the form, Terry, but I got to commend her for giving that a try in competition. Obviously, she's feeling relaxed doing that. I don't hate it. I understand why you would do it on this hole. I think she's trying it out in competition. That means she's confident in it. But is she on the same level as like a Jessica Weiss or a Haley King? Probably not. But again, more and more players than ever are learning that opposite-handed backhand. I mean, Luke Sampson in the MPO division is now shaping the lefty backhand up to 450. So I'm not gonna hate her for trying that, but definitely could use some work out there.
All right, I know a lefty that could maybe help her out with a tip or two. Now her approach leaves her with this for par. I'm going to take another look at it. Yeah, not sure the footwork was quite where it needed to be, and she knew right out of her hand that she may have to hit the field again. She talked about that in the press conference, about maybe going out to a basket alone and hitting the field for endless hours. The lefty attempt might be on the agenda then.
And we know Kat Mertsch has the sidearm. She's got the distance in the sidearm, so we'll see if it changes up in the next few rounds.
Now Huynh for a birdie on 10. We haven't seen a lot of them, but Hannah Huynh cashes it in. And I'll just say Haley squandered the incredible drive that she had by having this as her approach shot. But it doesn't matter because Haley throws it in.
Oh my gosh.
Making up for the squandered approach. Unbelievable. Haley King dialed.
Let me just pick my jaw up off the floor. Oh my gosh.
Unreal.
Yeah, outstanding. And seeing her scorecard with the 1 par and then 2 bogeys, everything else on her scorecard blue, all birdies, 11 under with 1 hole to play.
We're going to take another look. I was almost frustrated on her behalf. A little nose up, floats it right in.
That
Perfect.
is so fun when that happens. A bonus throw in.
So Kristen off the tee of 9.
Yeah, par 5, 715 feet. It starts off with having to hit this gap through the trees. Great full flight from Katrina.
Missy Gannon has a birdie look at 10. Val, you were saying earlier that hole 10 was, we'll say, a little stingy. Wasn't giving up a whole lot of birdies, and now it feels like we just saw a couple of them put here on UDisc, doing some work. Here's King. Tee of 18. Can she close out strong?
Well, she keeps it safe over on the right-hand side.
Heading into 18, 11 under. Now, Kat Mertsch.
Yeah, this is beautiful. Seeing them use that whole right-hand side because the slope of this fairway goes to the left, and anything down the center or anything left of the fairway, gravity will pull you into those trees. Such a character.
Huynh on the tee of 11. She'll get a roll. You'd rather pull it right than left. If you pull yourself into that left-hand side and you don't make the corner, then you're going to waste a stroke just getting around the corner. So if the miss is to the right in that case, but taking a look at Huyhn's scorecard, 3 under through the front 10, or through the front First 10, I should say. And now around the corner on the approach. That'll set her up for an easy up and down to walk away with a par. Unless she has a long throw in.
We can't count those out today.
I know. I was just, as I was saying it, thinking, well, okay, she certainly will have a look, but that is likely a par coming up for her. I'll admit I'm somewhat surprised to see this playing as the easiest hole on the course relative to par. It's averaging 4.48. 55% of our field have found birdie here. I know the green is somewhat protected. There's slopes on the approach shots. There can be slopes on your third shot. Surprised to see such success here. This usually, I feel like, plays as one of the more difficult holes. Not today, though. And Hailey King now looks like she's going to be fighting to find the fairway. She has an alley. Well, that'll put her back in a good position.
Well, you sent me down the rabbit hole to find out if it's playing differently than previous years. And last year, we're seeing that it about the same. We're seeing these players attack this hole, and because it's a par 5, you can get an eagle on it if you have a couple of great drives.
Very effective second shot there by Katrina.
And actually, Kat Mertsch was one of the players last year in that third round that was able to get the eagle.
Want the eagle.
Yeah, she does. Yeah, she was the only player last year in all 3 rounds. Only player to card the eagle on 9.
She probably also wants to snap into a Slim Jim. King's third on 18.
It's short, but it's safe.
Likely a par coming up for Hailey King, which would keep her at 11 under in the clubhouse.
So we've been climbing uphill this entire fairway to this point. Now it starts to slope downhill. And that huge branch, that's something that always comes into play if you're staying on that right-hand side of the fairway. Requires nice soft touch to stick on the hillside.
She does have a backstop, so Huynh can be aggressive, but that doesn't really give it a chance to go in, so likely a par coming for Hannah. Kat not messing with the downhill slope here either. Going to pitch it right next to the pin. That'll be an easy tap in. You see the obstruction that is on this short right side. Feels like those branches come into play for at least one player in every single group. And if you're up on the hill on that right side, it's not really a good angle or a good look to try and run the putt, especially with the downhill slope directly behind the pin.
No harm, no foul, but she wanted that eagle. And the positioning of that putt, slightly uphill and almost just even with the basket. Yep, she'll get the birdie.
Caroline now with 3 pars in a row. Off to a little bit of a slow start here. She's 2 over through the front 9. Meanwhile, another birdie for Kristen. Haley King has a long look. Can she birdie to close out? She's not. She's going to be our leader at 11 under. We're going to have more action on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same, and there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out, be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Whether you're out playing a tournament or just hanging out with friends, don't let your grip cost you strokes out on the disc golf course.
Barry, try this.
When you have a better grip on your discs, you have the confidence to perform your best with each throw and every putt. Whale sacks are whale-shaped grip bags designed to dry your hands so you can trust that you have the best grip on your disc. Get a whale sack, because better grip means better confidence.
Back, we're heading into the back 9. Kristen looking for her 5th birdie in a row. And inside the circle, the low line drive. I know they had a brief walk from the green of 9 over to 10, but Brian, it feels like this round is just moving right along very quickly. Am I wrong on that?
No, you are absolutely right. And this course seems to always do that, especially when the weather's nice and the conditions aren't tough to play in. I think it's because there's a lack of out of bounds. There's a lot of green space for the players to land in. There's not a lot of looking for discs, even off the fairway. A lot of this underbrush is cleared out compared to years past. The course is finally starting to really break in for these players. So, yeah, it's very pleasant out here. The players are definitely keeping up a good pace.
Appreciate it, Brian, as that is off on the left side for Mertsch, so well off the mark. And just a little geography that the tee of 9 essentially plays at a perpendicular spot to where we see the hole 1's fairway. So if you're throwing hole 1, 9 is just off to the right. Haley taps in, just 3 pars on the scorecard today for Haley King. Well, she's certainly proving that almost every hole out here not only can be birdie, but she got most of them herself. Great opening round for Haley King. 11 under. Aria 9 under. Stacy Ronsley putting it together here on the back. She's 7 under through 15, and Emily Beach 6 under through 13, the lefty.
And we haven't seen players continue to shoot those double digits under par and win the tournament, but it's sure great to have one of those rounds under your belt. If you can get close to those double digits in the next 2 rounds, you are going to be competing for the win.
And our winner every year for the last few years has carded at least one double-digit round out here, Val.
Yeah, great shooting. Kristen got to 10 in the final round. We talked about Katrina getting that 12 under 2 years ago. So those are our last 2 winners of this event.
Paige Pierce certainly no stranger to double digits out here as well, and some of her dominance. And if you're wondering, Paige Pierce made a post earlier this week saying that she is going to be taking this weekend off. She spoke last weekend of the press conference saying that the doctors really advised her to not play even during the major. She went out, played in the major. She really struggled throughout, of course, dealing with that injury. And then that ultimately led to her not in a cashing position. And this weekend she's going to take it off and rest and relax. And just as Brian was saying, unfortunately, we are finding Henderson here off the fairway and actually not finding her disc.
What color? What color?
Just per PDGA rules, you have 3 minutes to locate your disc. If it is not found, you go to where you last threw from with penalty. Brian, any help or insight out there? I know it looks like the entire group and caddies are currently in full search mode.
Yeah, full search mode, and honestly, it didn't look that bad off the tee. I'm walking up there. I might join the search party myself, making me look foolish after saying how easy it is to find discs out here. Let's take a look.
Well, we have the luxury of taking another look at her drive.
Yeah, and it didn't seem to be in that creek bed they were looking at. They are still looking.
And it continues to pull to the right.
Punches through quite a ways, almost making it to the open.
Yeah, so it's going to be on the deep end of the woods line, closer to the basket. And it looks like she is in the vicinity right now. And it looks, yeah, it has been found. So maybe got more carry than even they had realized. And they just simply weren't looking close enough to the basket. So she'll still be obstructed, have an uphill putt. And it looks like she should be escaping with a par here on 10. 10 coming in as the 6th most difficult hole on the course, averaging 3.17. 27% of our field over par. So the birdie streak for Tatar will end at 4.
For now.
Good call.
We see on Haley's scorecard she was able to put together 2 5-packs of birdies, which ended up with, on the back end of those were both bogeys. But like you were saying, every single hole out here is birdieable, but hole 10, we've seen the fewest amount of birdies. It's really that sloped green, and it's difficult to get that close to the basket to feel comfortable.
Here's the second shot from Huynh on 12. The blind uphill shot to the pin, and now she's on the green with maybe one of her biggest decisions of the day.
Yeah. Talking about 10 as a sloped green is kind of a joke when we look at what we've got faced here. This severely downhill putt.
Definitely a little confidence check, and she gives it a run but comes up short. Most importantly, it stops right there. Now from the opposite side, coming uphill, and she gets that one to fall in. So Missy Gannon, great birdie on 12. She's to 3 under on the day.
Clearly she put the roll away so far out of her mind. That was a great aggressive putt uphill.
And that one fights through and around the corner.
Oh, Katrina, late release, sends it off to the right.
And after the fact, she was taking a look at the tee pad. There may have been a little bit of a grip or a slip issue for her on the tee. She was kind of staring it down as she walked away from the pad.
Hole 11, it's not about just booming your drive out there wherever. This is more of a placement shot. You need to make sure you're throwing it far enough, but those players with distance can get around the corner like this with Kat Mertsch.
Now Henderson. She has both backhand and forehand power. And we'll likely see a forehand from there. Take another look at Kat. It may have either caught her foot just wrong. I don't see anything obvious there. It was more so, yeah, as you saw right at the end there, Kat looks down, though, and continues to look at the pad. So maybe she just caught something at the end. Not sure what that was, but certainly something for Katrina Allen. Now we've caught up with Stacey Ronsley, who we saw putting together an incredible round. This is her second shot on 17. I like this. Inside the circle, slightly uphill.
Wow, going with the roller.
She gets it to stand up. Very flippy. And that is tracking toward the basket. What a shot by Katrina.
They like it. Not normal.
Katrina Allen has never been shy about throwing a roller, whether that's off the tee or from a fairway. And maybe she should contact our friends over at Sunstein Law, who can help out with any patented, copyright, any other needs, NFTs, intellectual property, anything that you need. Our friends at Sunstein Law can help you out. The patented flippy turnover shot there by Katrina Allen. Great roller.
Kristen short of the corner as well. If she can throw this on a turnover and allow it to hyzer out. She gets hung up short. But there is a chance. You could see if she just threw it dead straight, she'd be inside the circle. Just the angles of the second shot as it tucks its way around, curving to the left and the right on these second shots. If you don't get to the corner like we see here, it's very difficult to make that S flight out of your disc. But this is no easy shot either. A little too long of ideal.
Yeah, she pulls that one in tight, so it's not going to get all the way to the pin. And it's not going to necessarily be an easy up and down even from there. That is the mistake you cannot make. If you're going to miss anywhere on the approach, out and on the left side will give you a wide open look to the basket. Even if you're farther away from it, you want to be more open. On that tight right side, we've seen plenty of players struggle, even from inside 100 feet. And what a beautiful overhead shot that we're seeing as Mertsch is inside the circle. Really just textbook with how she's played this. Here's Gannon on the tee of 13. And just deep of the basket. Should be a birdie look. You have to be careful with how that comes to that sloped green, because sometimes they can pop up and then roll all the way back downhill. And Kristen doesn't get the ground play she could have used there. She's going to have a sizable putt for par. Huynh on the tee of 13.
The high flight path has enough power to get inside the circle. She's going to have a putt.
Oh, and Stacy converts for the birdie on 17.
7 down in today's round with a couple of over par scores on that scorecard. So even though we've seen these incredible rounds, nobody has gotten through the round without a bogey or without an error on their scorecard. That's just showing how many birdies are available out on this course, and it helps when you have huge putts like that. You see Stacy there in third place.
We saw the drive. Here's Gannon for the birdie conversion, and she gets it. So that's 3 out of the last 4 for Missy. So Henderson far enough on the left side edge that those trees don't come into play.
And to know that Katrina is going to have a drop-in par after that incredible roller, easy layup and kind of half run at it.
Kristen from 11 meters doesn't convert. Uphill effort. So she's going to be putting her second bogey on her scorecard today. Isn't that more than she had all of last weekend, Val?
Yeah, she was on quite a streak. Again, setting another record in Kristen Tatar's name.
Kat Mertsch converts on the birdie. And Caroline had actually got caught up on an additional throw when she was throwing her third. So we saw her fourth and then that pitch in for 5. So that's actually a bogey added onto the scorecard for Henderson. Bogey for Tatar as well. Now Huynh trying to pick up a birdie here on 13. And she converts. It's going to put her into a tie for 8th. She sits at 4 under. Now back to hole number 12.
Yeah, this is one of my favorite holes on this course. It's attackable, but you have to throw some great shots to get there. We're seeing it fly over the first part of the fairway. We don't ever see or rarely see anybody laying up short of that river that runs across the fairway. We see everybody going over. So you need to throw it so far over. Then you have about 250 feet, but you can see the angle of the shot. They're climbing uphill and then forcing the shot to the right. So whether it's a sidearm or a big Anheuser shot, trying to get around the corner and trying to stick it on that hillside. It's very tough to get in that ideal position where you can feel comfortable going for your putt. It's a par 4, 535 feet. Ideally, you'd like to land more to the left-hand side of the fairway to open up that angle around the corner. Kat's going to be pinched off on the right-hand side.
Better angle. A little more distance, but a better angle for Kat. And this is heading to the right. And it looks like it barely gets caught up. Brian, is Kristen still safe with her tee shot here on 12?
From the top of the hill where I'm standing right now by the catch cam, it looks like she dropped short of the safety. So I think she's going to be out of bounds. I'll take a closer look.
And if that white dot just in front of the right side bridge there is Kristen's disc, like I think it is, that does look like she's going to be out of bounds. We're going to take a look at the birdie zone brought to us by our friends over at Birdie Pro, which was recently fully funded on Kickstarter. They've already got started on the new game. Make sure you reach out to your local retailer or head over to boaterbrothers.com to pick it up, as we're taking a look at where our competitors landed. And you really, what I love about this perspective, as you explained it, Val, this right side has the downhill slope over by where the basket is and where most of our players are going to be throwing from, whether it's Kristen or Kat or Henderson, likely completely blind to the basket. So you have to really trust the distance that you're throwing it up and over that hillside.
And it's going to take a miracle for Kristen Tatar to get the birdie on this one. She's marked out of bounds, now throwing 3. Oh my gosh. She gave it a chance. That was a beautiful flight.
Uphill turnover. Kristen will have a look from circle's edge to save the par. Here's Huynh with her second shot on 14.
So it's similar to hole 12 where you have that creek and that marked out of bounds running through the middle of the fairway. But we see so many more layups on hole 14. The distance is just a little too far to go over for most players.
Inside the circle for Henderson.
If you do lay up, it puts a lot of pressure on the second shot to be perfect. And that's pretty much perfect. That'll be a drop-in birdie for Missy Gannon. Mertsch going through the trees and taking the alternative route. I mean, I know she's not local. She lives about an hour and a half away, but that was a local route.
And Kat gets that to check up on the hillside. Now back with Huynh on 14. This is a birdie look. Back-to-back birdies on 13 and 14. Now Stacy Ronsley, tee of 18. Oh, and catches the right side tree that kicks hard left and out of bounds for Ronsley. Missy Gannon, 4 of the last 5 with that birdie. A moment of hesitation, which rarely do we see from Kristen. Well, if there's such a thing as a good miss, I guess that would be it. So Kristen just off the front. And a moment before that, we saw Katrina Allen pitching up right next to the basket. That should be a par tap in then for her. But Kristen is going to give one back to the course with a bogey. Caroline for birdie. Sensing a theme here, Val, on this downhill slope.
It is hard not to think about what can happen if you miss. You know, no matter how confident you are as a putter, you have to understand the risk. Great putt there from Kat. And in a great position, even with the basket, not looking at the downhill slope as opposed to the 2 other players just before her.
And not often do we make mention of Kristen Tatar having any struggles, but right off the bat, hole number 1, she had pulled it too far to the right here on hole number 5, finding the out of bounds. Not exactly perfect inside the circle either. She doesn't convert there on 10, and here an errant approach on hole number 11.
There's not been that consistent theme. It has been errors on all parts of her shots, and yeah, we just see her get so robotic when she is on her game that she doesn't make any errors. She plays flawlessly, but she is human, and today it is proving so. Just seeing back-to-back bogeys in the last 2 holes.
And with that being said, she's 3 under through the first 2/3 of the course, through 12 holes. We'll see what she can do on the back. And that's going to be in similar territory where we saw Missy Gannon.
And there are truly so many opportunities to bounce back. For however many holes you have left, those are how many birdie opportunities are still on the table.
Wow, that's cut off way short for Katrina. Rarely do we see an error made that short and left on this hole by any player. Missy Gannon now. Trying to collect a birdie here on 15. That's just deep. Hannah on the same hole. It's a little bit of a slowdown, but she'll still have a look for birdie. This looks great coming in for Kristen. She gets a little bit of an edge. Rolls just outside of the bullseye. That should be a birdie, though, for Tatar. Huynh with her birdie look. Getting it going. She is now 6 under through 15.
It's not under the basket.
And as I'm watching Kat with a little bit of a struggle here, I have to think this plays as one of the easier holes on the course. But now we're going to be back to Gannon on 15. Fourth in a row. Now she's 6 under, just as we saw Huynh. Ronsley, after the OBT shot, not with room for a run up here. She's got a lot of ground to carry. That'll be just fine. Cat from circle's edge to save par.
Huge save right there for Katrina. And knowing she had the potential to lose 1 stroke to her card mates, stepped up, didn't let the pressure get to her, and will possibly just reduce that to 1 stroke.
Uphill putt for Kat Mertsch is good. Caroline for her birdie look here on 13. Solid. That's her first birdie since hole number 3. That'll bring her to 2 over par on the round. Kristen's had back-to-back bogeys on 11 and 12. Trying to erase one of those here.
She is the Estonian eraser.
We're going to take a quick commercial break. We'll be right back.
Why disc golf? It's the people. It's fun.
It's being in nature.
It's the lucky shots.
It's the feeling.
It's different.
It's the challenge. It's the throws.
So come out.
Grab a disc.
Or two. And let it fly with Lone Star Disc.
Meet Pure, the most modern disc golf bag in the universe. Join the Pure family today. Pre-sale at puredisc.net.
My favorite flavor of Double G Craft Jerky, easy choice, the teriyaki. I love my sweet and I love my salty food. It's a great combination of both.
Got to go for the hot boom sauce to give you that extra kick.
Probably going to surprise a lot of you guys. My favorite flavor is actually the Texas sweet and spicy. I find it to be one of the best jerkies I've ever had.
Welcome back. We are on the tee of hole number 14. Beautiful overview shot first there of the disc side of heaven. 2 courses found on the property, this being our championship caliber one. And Kat Mertsch on the tee of 14. Oh, and getting the catch cam to turn around. Kat Mertsch in position for an eagle here on 14.
Incredible shot from Kat Mertsch. There's no layup, even in her vocabulary here on 14. You have to be so confident in the shot. And to land it in that small landing zone, I mean, it's not even a landing zone. She's on the green.
And as they were walking to the tee of 14, I was thinking about how we often see layups here. So I'm going to throw it out to Brian if he's available. Brian, talk to us about the shot we just saw from Kat Mertsch here on this 520-foot downhill throw.
Well, she definitely played the wind perfectly, Terry. There was a gentle left to right crosswind, and as you saw, she really stretched that long turning angle the entire way, got the full flight out of it. Just showing off that she can stretch the disc out farther than most of the division, and she definitely has the power to keep up with all the best players. She's having a good time out here. She definitely is.
It's hard not to when you throw shots like that.
Taking another look here at Mertsch, the backhand shot. This is moments before we saw a few of the other competitors just simply walk up to the tee and lay up. And she goes with the full flex, this time in flight.
And seeing from this point of view, I was like, man, she really released that extremely high for just to carry over the out of bounds. But she had so much distance.
This is easily one of the closest shots we've seen in Jonesboro history from our FPO division. I feel like I've maybe seen Pierce park it up against a log at one point over the last 5 or 6 years, but definitely one of the closest shots we've ever seen. Let's see if Kat Mertsch can convert on the eagle opportunity. And thanks to our friends at Zuka for rolling that Zuka replay for us.
Yeah, that is just having fun when you dream up a shot like that and you're able to execute it under pressure when the competition is on. It's just remarkable. There's so many things that could go wrong.
So Henderson lays up short of the OB, hoping to put herself in position for birdie.
And these shots are hundreds of feet closer to the basket, but it is still not easy to get into the mouth, that opening of the green.
Kat pulls that one to the right, ends up kicking out into the opening a little bit more for her. So she's going to have an unobstructed look at the basket, but not the approach shot she was hoping for. I love seeing Kristen off to this left-hand side, or well, I should say anyone that's comfortable with coming in with a hyzer approach to the basket. So if you push yourself to the left, that makes it just a gentle hyzer rather than being forced to throw a dead straight shot.
Yeah, and the dead straight shot is what Katrina had. She was lined up with the opening.
And Missy Gannon just really setting herself up for position to then go over the water on the next shot. Stacy Ronsley releases that low, but she does get a great skip to carry her forward. She's trying to close out on 18 now. Hannah Huynh with her second. There's no laying up in this shot. And I don't see any ripples in the water, but it looks like she cleared the water but came up short of the inbounds area. So Huynh OB. And with the way Allen has been putting, you would have assumed that was going to go in. She's looked so great with the putter here today. She's going to have to settle for a par, though, on 14. Kat Mertsch to capitalize on the eagle look on 14. And she gets it. Mertsch easily the shot of the day front runner right now. Kat Mertsch, the huge drive on 14, picks up the eagle.
And all you can hope for is a birdie look when you lay up short of the out of bounds. So 2 well executed shots there for Kristen.
So Henderson in for par. Excuse me, Henderson in for birdie. I was thinking about Kat's the lone par on the card. We're going to roll the Zuka replay. Kat Mertsch in position for eagle here on 14. It's just a big fancy drive if you don't convert. But she gets the payoff. Mertsch, eagle on 14.
Two.
So Huynh heads to the drop zone after the OB shot and making sure she doesn't come up short. She's going to be at least 13 meters deep of the basket, so that's going to be a tricky comeback putt. Certainly a little nerving. Tough to believe that Kat Mertsch is going to be 45 feet away on the 270-footer, but inside 25 feet on the 520-footer.
Right.
Something's not adding up there. We'll see if she can make a good putt. Now, Gannon, after laying up, is going to put herself in great position over on 16. This is Stacy Ronsley's 5th shot on the par 5, hole 18. So a bogey likely coming.
A much better angle, much better height on this one for Kristen Tatar. Inside the bullseye. Another drive, another backhand hyzer drive, a little bit inside for Katrina. But she does manage to get around those trees, and she'll have an open look for her birdie.
And Huynh not messing with the idea of it going deep with that pin. Stacy Ronsley will tap in. And she's in for the bogey, which is going to be a 6-under effort still for Ronsley. Missy's in for the par on 16. She's also now sitting at 6 under. As we take a look at the top 10, Haley King still in front by 2 over Aria Castruita. Kat Mertsch certainly making a charge, and then we see things very tight at the 6 under and 5 under marks. And Kat not even messing with going after the elevated pin.
It's a sloped hillside with the elevated basket, so you can bet we've seen rollaways happen on this basket and green. But when you're this close, you have to give it a run.
Brian, am I making this up? But it feels like every time we've seen an errant drive from Katrina, they've been short-armed or released early. Is there anything that you can make of that?
Not really. I mean, I think she throws more technical lines than a lot of the other players in the division, and that relies a lot on the release point. You can't necessarily just rip something flat and trust the stability. And today just so happens that she's releasing early, and that's the miss. I mean, we saw it for the first time on 4, really, and now we've seen it a few more times. But I don't think it's anything crazy.
Yeah, that's very true. It's a great point, because she does like to use understable discs and work the angle, whereas many of our players are throwing that solid, maybe straight line and simplifying the flight path. But massive putt there for a big birdie putt on this hole.
Henderson gets the 2, and Kat will tap in for the par. Kristen closest to the pin. She's in for birdie. And she's quietly put 3 together in a row for Kristen. We talked about the back-to-back bogeys on 11 and 12. She's now answered with 3 consecutive birdies. Now Gannon, tee of 17. Now up ahead on the green of 17, we're seeing Ella Hansen. This is her birdie look. Oh, and she liked it right out of her hand. Ella Hansen making a late charge. You see her in sole possession of 4th at the moment, 7 under. Kristen now with 3 birdies in a row has brought her back up to 6 under. So as much as we were talking about her being a little less than perfect today, I think we're going to see her finish strong and likely be right there in contention. Hansen, left side. That looks like trouble off the tee of 18.
Hole 16 is probably one of the most difficult holes to explain, but it starts off with a layup. See a lot of players throwing the sidearm shot to finish over to the right-hand side, get away from these trees. Then you have that sloping run-up that can make it very difficult to attack on your second shot.
And we saw the marker there saying 250 yet to the green. Henderson came up just short of it. And that looks like out of position here for Kristen. Near carbon copy from what we saw from Caroline. And this roll isn't necessarily a bad thing as long as it checks up just short, and it doesn't. Keeps edge and goes all the way into the water.
I feel like you should have to execute a shot to get the privilege to lay up, not just.
And Katrina ends up rolling in and then was, I'll say, talking a little bit about course design, which she actually mentioned during the press conference yesterday. And it catches that edge. Doesn't land far from where we saw a few of the previous drives, but then it just wouldn't sit down. She actually goes right over the top of the drop zone, which now she'll be throwing from. Those 2 orange flags is where she'll throw her next shot from.
Missy's drive put her in perfect position. She's inside the circle for her birdie.
Henna Blumrose on the tee of 18. And that is a crush right up the center of the fairway. Holland Hanley has a birdie look here on 17. Count it. So Holland struggled mightily 5, 6, and 7, but has been fighting back ever since. And I anticipate a layup. Well, she was hoping to get more distance than that, but a layup here coming from Kristen. What a difference a few feet makes here.
Yeah, and now what a difference a few feet would make for that next shot. She's not in a great position. It's going to be a tricky third shot over the water.
Mertsch over in 2 and on the dance floor. That's going to be a birdie look for Kat Mertsch. That looks somewhat fortunate to get through as much as it did. She'll take it.
So just over 250 feet to the pin here for Henderson. Can she punch through as well?
Brian, we couldn't quite tell the result. Well, it looks like we've got a spotter helping us out here. What did you see from Caroline's throw?
Yeah, just slipped down, almost slipped into the out of bounds, but it's just over the line a tiny bit. I think she's safe. All good.
She'll be obstructed, but is safe on the other side. Now, Tatar. The standstill forehand. Oh, what a great angle she's put on it. Kristen on the green.
Just a fantastic shot from her.
What a recovery shot when she needed it the most. Now, Missy Gannon, after a great drive, pretty solid approach, looking for the birdie, and she'll connect on 17 and really tearing up that back half. So now Ella Hansen is in trouble here on 18. Trying to fight back to the center of the fairway. And still not going to be as far up the fairway as what we saw from Henna a few moments ago after her smashing tee shot. Katrina Allen throwing 3 from the drop zone. This is leaking out short and left. Would you say she's cat fishing for her disc?
Oh, Terry. Good news. She gets it. Bad news. Terry's going to be here all day.
Now Hansen throwing her 3rd. And I apologize. She may have actually found OB off of the tee, so the shot from there would have been her 4th if that's the case.
Wow, that was Henna's 2nd shot. To get past those trees, she's going to have nothing but airspace between her and the basket from there, and that is one of the easiest ways to finish off this course. 18 can be so brutal. You can see climbing her way into that tie for 9th at the moment.
She has a lone bogey on her scorecard, hole 5. And if you look at many of the scorecards in our division, if competitors have a bogey, it's almost guaranteed that you'll find it on hole number 5. Certainly playing as one of the most difficult holes out here.
Okay, we don't have a clean scorecard in sight. Every single player has found trouble out here on the course.
I am outside because I'll probably have to fall through a little bit.
And although it may not look like much, this green should never be taken for granted. We've seen some significant struggles on this green of players that go deep and then they're coming back and they get tentative, or sometimes they fly past the basket and then these trees can come back into play on an additional putt. Katrina Allen, full layout, doesn't get it to drop, but I give her a 10 out of 10 for effort.
She is clawing her way through this hole. Wow, the full commitment to just lay out with that putt, to use the advantage of being outside the circle. Great effort.
This is Henderson for par. Wow, and what a fortunate stump, or should I say trunk of the tree there, because if that misses and goes an extra 5 or 10 feet, everything I just said comes into play. That's what can happen on this green. You go deep of the pin, and now you're dealing with an uphill putt and the limbs in the trees. Mertsch, however, open putt. Trying to pick up another birdie, and she'll do just that. What a par save that we just saw there by Kristen. So she's going to end her birdie streak at 3, and she'll do so with a par on 16. Solid comeback putt for Henderson. And so close to saving the par, but Kat will tap in for bogey. Just 2 holes left to play. We'll be right back.
The Educational Disc Golf Experience is the leading nonprofit organization bringing disc golf to schools nationwide since 2003. EDGE provides age-appropriate discs, targets, and a classroom-linked curriculum which empower educators to teach the fundamentals of the sport. In EDGE's 20 years of existence, over 2 million youth have been introduced to this great lifetime activity. Be a part of the next chapter of disc golf. Support EDGE today.
Disc golf education is important because it prolongs the length of our sport and the popularity of our sport, and the most receiving of disc golf is children. So if we get that introduced to them young, they might grow up to be the next Paul Macbeth or the next Paige Pierce, and we don't know it.
Welcome back. We have Kat Mertsch on the tee of 17. And fighting around the corner, taking the shortcut. Val, you called it for the local route earlier. Looks like she's doing the same here on 17.
Many ways to get to the hole.
Much more traditional route here taken by Tatar. Now Henderson's going to bring the fence line not quite into play, but she may still need or take her full 2 meters off of the left side fence line. And Kat not quite as fortunate as what we just saw from Mertsch. So she's hung up short of the corner. Missy Gannon now throwing on 18.
Sam, I need to port back, by the way.
Here's Henna with her 3rd on 18.
She is now past all the trees. She just needs to dial in the distance. Oh my gosh. Talk about dialing it in. That was such a great shot. Wow, an inch higher, and that would have been in for the eagle.
Trying to take putting out of the equation to close out her round.
Kat, I guess, sees a route that I can't see. That just looks like a wall of trees.
And after I was just calling that Kat had a lot of early releases and was, we'll say, short and left. This one looks like she held onto it too long and it carried off and to the right. Brian, we saw Allen trying to chop out of the woods here on the right side at 17. Where did she end up?
She's on the edge. She's got an opportunity to pull a patent pending stance out and definitely throw something slow up and down to save the par. Still not a comfortable lie.
Great shot from Ella Hansen. Henderson pinched up on the left side. She can see the basket, and it's a downhill slope from here. The mistakes that we've seen so far today have been short and right.
Yeah, and this green slopes down to the right. So especially with a sidearm, you need to be aware of how far you're pulling it to the left to allow enough room so it doesn't skirt back into the woods.
That's exactly where she was heading. It looks like she may have gotten hung up.
Yeah, that could be helpful. She's managed to drop down short, so she's on the edge or still in the open.
Kristen, I don't know if it looked like she maybe just got over on it or turned her wrist a little too much, but she's leaving herself a little bit of a putt there for her birdie look. Now, Evelina Salonen. This is a birdie look to close out on 18. Big smile on her face as she'll finish 1 under. She's had some putting woes here in her opening round.
Yeah, and then getting that triple bogey on hole 16, I believe it was. And yeah, that could have brought her a few more strokes under par if she were just to card the par. Oh, no. almost throwing it in for the eagle and then missing the birdie.
Thank you.
Crowd likes it. Brian, am I noticing some landscaping down there? Are those new wood chips? Because I feel like there maybe used to be a somewhat of a ditch over there on 17, or am I imagining things?
No, Terry, you're definitely coherent on this one. You're not imagining anything. That is some new mulch that's filled in a little bit of a ditch down there. That would get kind of slippery and muddy if it got wet. And just in general, this course looks better than I've ever seen it. It looks so manicured. It looks so fresh. And I think partially that's why the round is going so smooth. We are not even to the 3-hour mark and we're almost done. This is very refreshing.
Appreciate the confirmation there, Brian. That'll check up for Henderson. That'll be a tap-in par. So here's Gannon with her third shot on 18.
Oh, and leaves it so short. She's going to have a long circle 2 run. But wow, it's just been ideal conditions for these players today. We were thinking maybe the wind would start to pick up, but it has been nothing more than just a gentle breeze. And that is why we've seen so many players get under par on this course. And really, if you're sitting at even, you're in a tie for 23rd. You need to go low on a course like this if you want to be in contention.
So Cat is off the top of the basket. 17 just not doing her any favors here. Kristen Tatar showing some signs of, we'll say, being human.
So many opportunities, even though she's not on the game that we know she can be. Kat Mertsch in for her birdie.
Not much more we can say about that one.
Let's see if Missy can throw this in. And just short.
Just one final card on 18. Kristen, and I know we were just talking about how she looked human. She's still in a tie for 5th, even though she hasn't had her sharpest day out on the course. Haley King, though, your leader, looking great at that 11 under. Kat currently sitting at 10. Arya Castruita at 9. And we're going to take a look at Val's keys for closing out here, thanks to our friends at Black Ink Disc, the premium disc golf store.
Well, we've got just one hole left, but this hole can really show its teeth if you don't get off the tee cleanly. So lock in that drive. Make sure you hit a clean tee shot. Give yourself a chance. Land in those positions where you can still keep charging. We have seen anything from a triple bogey on this hole to a birdie. So you could see huge stroke swings just on hole 18. And Kat Mertsch is locked in. Gorgeous drive.
Kristen catches left side. Less punishing than if it would have carried off to the left and possibly even found the OB, as we've seen from a number of our previous competitors. But Not on point for Tatar there. Henderson's going to try and take the gap out of play entirely and just play the hyzer out and around.
You have to throw that shot so high up in the air to get through those trees that we saw her get hung up on. Oh no.
Short left side for Katrina Allen. OB or not, that's going to be punishing for Allen. And the other Kat Mertsch, doing work here today. Currently sitting at 10 under. Just feels like she got off to a little bit of a slow start, but she picked up the birdie ultimately here on 3. She managed to take the par on 4. And we talk about hole 5 and how much it's hung up other players. Kat Mertsch, not one of them today. Her and Haley King getting hole number 5. And then the drive here on hole 14, which would set her up for the Eagle 2. Just getting the cameraman to whip around as she converted that. Solid approach with the forehand on 17 to pick up yet another birdie. Kat Mertsch trying to close out strong. She could have a share of the lead by the time she finishes round 1 here today. And Kristen still not as far as some of our FPO competitors would place their initial drive. Kristen would need a birdie to get onto the lead card.
We are seeing that they're marking Katrina's drive OB. She's fighting to get back to the fairway. And although not in a great spot here for Caroline, she knows that that shot is going to be safe. It's going to give her something to work with, whereas the drive on the left-hand side is just so technical and can really get you into so much trouble. But that's a pretty large window that she's able to hit. Let's see if she can get some good power.
Standstill forehand looks great. And some solid progress up the fairway. And you see the marker right there just behind one of the cameramen. That's the 500-foot marker to the green, or should I say all the way to the pin. So quite a ways to go here on this finishing hole.
Katrina left that drive very low. Katrina has just cooled off in this back 9. She's sitting at 2 over in the back 9, whereas she was 5 under in the front.
Last time Katrina Allen saw birdie was back on hole 9. So Kristen heading to the 250 marker. And if she can get up and down from there, that would be a par. And that would keep her in a tie for 5th place. Missy Gannon currently sits at 7 under. So it's all but a foregone conclusion. Our lead card tomorrow should feature Haley King, Kat Mertsch, Arya Castruita, and Missy Gannon. the question that remains, will Kat Mertsch be in second, or will she have a share of the lead along with Haley King?
And I can't help but to think her only bogey on the scorecard today was the lefty drive on hole 8. That is, it's a hole she can attack with a sidearm for the birdie. So that could be a 2-stroke swing right there. Again, we'll see if she changes that up in the next couple of rounds. But that's her only error today. It was a lefty shot. Crazy.
You see that she's gone 7 under in the last 7 holes. And as you just said, you compare that to what we saw from Katrina Allen, who's gone 2 over since hole number 10. Quite the contrast between the two of them. And that'll set her up for a birdie look. Another low release out of Katrina Allen. And right after we wrap up our broadcast, we're going to, of course, kick it over to Tournament Central. Brian Earhart, along with Nate Perkins, are going to be breaking things down. We'll also hear from the likes of Haley King, Aria Castruita, and others, all giving you some post-round recap and analysis. So don't go anywhere. It'll be all right here on the single stream, featured on Disc Golf Network as well as on YouTube today. From 242 feet to the pin. And with all the 6 unders that we're seeing right now, that does carry an implication of if she'll be on the chase card or not if she makes that putt. That would actually push her potentially to the 3rd card if Kristen doesn't make the par putt. Light approach out of Kat Mertsch. She'll have to make a putt if she wants to share the lead. Tatar needs this for chase card in round 2.
And a roll. Well, I don't think it goes too far down the hill.
That certainly could find OB. We've seen that in the past. It didn't, but a putt of that nature could find out of bounds, so keep that in mind. From circle 2, Kat Mertsch comes up just short. And before we let you go, Brian, I know you got Tournament Central obligations. Anything to close out here today after round 1?
Well, it's funny that we say that Kristen Tatar looks human even though she's still not that far out of the lead. And again, we have to remember her Waco performance where she shot it even in a 9 under back-to-back rounds. So it's not over till it's over, and this is just tournament disc golf.
Appreciate it, Brian. Thank you so much for the insights there today. Henderson doesn't convert.
And I love that quote. It's not over till it's over. And that is something I say year after year out here at Jonesboro. You can't give up on this course. But definitely a rare form out of Kristin Tattar. Not a round that we have seen out of her in the recent years. And it just goes to show how great you have to shoot out on this course to be in contention.
So Caroline Henderson, round one in the books. Had some struggles in the early goings. Put together 3 birdies on 13, 14, and 15, but is going to finish with a 1-over effort on the day. Trina Allen will put in for the double bogey, so closing out a little bit of a struggle for Kat here today as well. Kat Allen, that is. As Kat Mertsch with a big smile will tap in on 18. She's going to walk away with the par. And we are not out to second guess or count out Kristin Tattar by any means. As we were mentioning, just proving today that she's not perfect all of the time. We've become so accustomed to her just walking around the course, making it look easy. And today, things just weren't easy for her.
Yeah, and certainly opening the door for the rest of the competitors this weekend. There is a chance we don't have that dominant performance out of Kristin that we've been seeing recently. Again, she still put up a great score, but she found herself missing putts that we could typically see her making. She was not hitting the lines that we always see her making. But there's 2 rounds left in the tournament, and that can get right back on track.
Yeah, the Kristin Tattar fan club does not need to be worried. No one has to start stressing out in any capacity. Yeah. She had 9 birdies, I believe, when it was all said and done today, but then 5 over par strokes, which again is so different from what we just saw last week when she played the very tight, narrow, wooded fairways, 4 rounds at Jackson just to have 1 bogey on the weekend, and then today to have so many over par strokes. She has to be thinking just a little bit about going home, about returning to Estonia, about taking the break, and it wouldn't surprise me if she comes out and sets back-to-back course records over the next 2 rounds at the same time. There's no counting out Kristin Tattar. We're going to have a little more analysis and, of course, our OTB after show along with the OTP shot of the day. All of that and more on the other side of this break. We'll be right back.
One thing we all love about disc golf is it's a lifetime sport. Whether you play pro, am, juniors, or senior grandmasters, we all want to play this sport as much as we want and for as long as we want. This can introduce wear over time, potentially hindering your ability to continue playing. A cart reduces the cumulative stress on your body that comes with repetitive motions such as reaching down and lifting. This will help keep you on the course, maximizing your athletic potential, and playing your best.
Is that good?
Check out the whole lineup at ClashDisc.com.
What people are going to notice when they pick up the Supreme Series is superior grip, superior durability.
The plastic feels great, and it's going to be something you're always going to want to reach for.
Yeah, if you want to keep it in the fairway on a wooded course, throw a Wombat 3.
What makes the Halal Guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines that NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
This looks perfect. Off the basket. Now it's rolling. It's headed for the OB. This needs to sit. Oh my goodness. It's safe. Right on the line. She's going to have about a 30-foot putt for the win. Okay, here we go. The putt is up. Boom, it's in. Strong side with authority. What an incredible moment. Yes.
Some say we're hidden, unless you know where to look. Hidden? No. This is where we stand up straight and tell you who we are, and where we put others first. This is where college football and barbecue are a season in the same, and there's always time for one more lap around the park. This is where we ask, what else can we accomplish together? Come find out, be a part of this. This is Jonesboro, Arkansas. Now you know where to look.
Kat Mertsch is in the clubhouse, and we're going to catch up with her now.
The clubhouse at 10 under par total is Macho Kat Mertsch. Kat, satisfied with today's performance?
Well, I guess.
Can you elaborate on, I guess, second place, one stroke behind the lead?
I felt like I started off really slow. I took a bogey on a hole that I threw a left-handed backhand on, which was, I don't regret it, but probably should have thrown a softer up shot. But, I could have had a quicker start.
Most definitely. Your confidence was definitely there all day, at least from a viewer's perspective. Fantastic eagle on 14. You were stretching out the distance driver like crazy. Let's just talk about the elephant in the room. Talk about the thought process behind hole 8's lefty backhand. I think it surprised a lot of people.
Well, I don't know. The wind was coming a little funny. I knew if I threw a sidearm, there was a good chance that it would finish more left than I like. So I picked up my metal flake katana and I was like, I'm just going to hammer it. And I threw it lip up, so it didn't go very far. But it wasn't too terrible of a shot. I still had a route through the woods, but I just threw my upshot too far and dinker-dude the putt.
How often do you practice a lefty backhand? Do you feel overall it's a pretty solid shot in your arsenal, or is this kind of like an experimentation in competition?
You know, it does good sometimes. Sometimes it don't. Sometimes she goes, sometimes she doesn't. It's the way of the road.
Well, you heated up on the back nine
Yep.
and started to play great golf. Do you feel like there's anything you need to improve on tomorrow, like legitimate game plan changes besides the lefty backhand?
No, man. Tomorrow's going to be a new day. I think the weather's going to be a little dicey, so I'm just going to come out tomorrow and see how it goes.
Fantastic. Well, good luck tomorrow, Kat.
Thank you.
Interviews from our competitors. Make sure you stay tuned to Tournament Central. We've got more action over there with Brian and Nate Perkins, and again, more insights from many of our other competitors. And what I was just noticing from Kat Mertsch and the notable statistics, thanks to our friends at Paragon, she wasn't necessarily leading any category, but she was way up on the list in most of those categories. So nothing was standout, or spectacular, but all around great game there today.
Yeah, absolutely. And comparing her to the other players that she'll be playing on the card with tomorrow, she did have the best putting statistics. And yeah, she really put on a show. I mean, she worked for it. She played aggressive. She went for the shots that she knows she can hit and really utilize that distance to her advantage to get to those opportunities to score on this course.
We're going to take a look at, again, some of her highlights here from today. Almost ringing it up in one on hole number 3. She spoke of the struggle that she had with the lefty backhand and said today wasn't quite the day for it, or it didn't work out as she had hoped, but we'll see what her strategy is over rounds 2 and 3 when she gets over there to hole 8.
And that's really all she needs on hole 8. We saw that upshot there on 12.
Nice low line drive that she finds here on hole number 13. Go on to capitalize on that putt. Both her and Haley King just destroying the back 9 of this course. We'll see if that maintains tomorrow. She also mentioned that weather might be a little bit dicey tomorrow. Put herself in position here for the eagle. Should capitalize there. The great tee shot set her up here on hole number 16. Gets through and has the look for birdie, which she'd capitalize on that. And we see it in these highlights. Forehand, backhand, it didn't matter. Whatever the shot required, she stepped up and she executed.
Yeah,
very impressive.
Very accurate. She was landing inside the circle or just outside the bullseye many of those times. And I think that could help with those putting stats, but she certainly made it easier on herself with those accurate shots.
And it's going to be great tomorrow. We're going to see some fresh faces. We haven't seen much of Arya Castruita in terms of her professional career. Again, 2022 PDGA Female Rookie of the Year last year. She's performed well. She's already racked up quite a few wins. I think she has 8 or 9 wins in the FPO division, playing down there in Texas and all around the country last year. So very impressive what she's done. We're going to see Haley King on the card tomorrow. We haven't seen a lot of Haley this year. We've seen her in various streaks, but it's going to be great to see what she can do. She proved today that there's plenty of birdies that are out there and available, and Missy Gannon also going to be rounding out our lead card along with Kat Mertsch. So I'm very excited to see. It's kind of a, I don't want to say a breath of fresh air, but it's definitely a different cast and crew on this lead card tomorrow, and they're all going to be chased by a very competitive card that's not far behind them. Before we close out today, let's take a look at our OTB Only the Best shot of the day. I have a pretty good guess. I may have been calling for it as soon as it happened. I was waiting for her to possibly even do better than this, but we called it. Hole 14, the tee shot. Kat Mertsch, the full flex, getting it to bend from left to right, hooking up at the very end, getting the cameraman and the spotter to get out of the way. 9 times out of 10, or 99 out of 100 times, you are safe in that spot when you see the tee shots here. but not today. Kat Mertsch chasing him out of the way so she could set herself up for the Eagle 2. So impressive. Nice work by Kat Mertsch.
That's 500 feet to get to that spot, mind you.
The spot you need is tomorrow morning. 9 a.m. is when Tournament Central will kick off. 9:30 is when the action returns. We'll see you at 9:30 for that action, and 3:30 in the afternoon for our MPO. That's including today. 3 o'clock is when Tournament Central will kick off. For Brian Earhart out on the ground, for Valarie Jenkins, I'm Terry Miller, the Disc Golf Guy. Thanks for joining us in round one. Enjoy Tournament Central, and we'll see you this afternoon.
Welcome back to Jonesboro, Arkansas, Disc Side of Heaven. Welcome to Tournament Central. I'm Brian Earhart, joined here by Nate Perkins. Round one for the FPO division is complete. And some different leaders than you'd expect. Kristen Tatar dominating the last tournament, but now it's a Haley King show and a Kat Mertsch show right now. 11 under par from Haley, 10 under par from Kat Mertsch. A fantastic first round. You mentioned this is one of the best scoring rounds we've ever seen at this course.
It is. They set a new record for the lowest average to par at the Disc Side of Heaven. And Haley set a new record for round one, 100% fairway hits, Brian. 89% circle two in regulation. She was putting for birdie from circle two or better on 15 of the 18 holes. So Haley was throwing the disc beautifully this morning.
And we'll catch up more on Haley in a bit, but we have to talk about our feature card right now. Kat Mertsch started a little slow, 3 down on the front 9, and then heated up 7 under par clean on the back. She looked confident throughout the entire round. She even threw a lefty backhand on 8.
Yeah, she did throw a lefty backhand on 8, Brian, and, you know, that's not something that we've ever seen from an FPO player throwing with their offhand. So, you know, to me that says that she's just comfortable out there. We don't really see a lot of players, you know, players are scared to even adjust their angles a little bit or even change their disc up from a practice round. So to see her changing her throwing arm it says a lot about, you know, how comfortable she's feeling.
I think being fearless on the course is a big deal, especially these days when you have such great champions like Kristen Tatar that's not afraid of anything, not afraid to make little mistakes. Kat Mertsch showed today she does not care about making a little mistake. Her caddy, James Lisi, I caught up with him during the round. He mentioned he absolutely vetoed the lefty backhand on 8 and said, you have to throw forehand. Kat is saying, I like the shot. I think I can throw the shot. And she did it. So I got to give her kudos on that for even giving it a try. Later in the round, phenomenal shot on 14, showing off the distance. She actually had been showing off the distance all round.
Yeah, Brian, she's shaping up her drivers really well. We're going to see it right now, this downhill shot. It's a par 4 for the FPO, and she's really attacking this one, 12-speed driver, and she played the wind beautifully to put it just inside the circle, something we haven't seen on 14 since Paige Pierce many years ago.
And that's 520. And that's 520 where the shot has to actually finish right. So with intention, you can't just burn the drive over. You can't just full flight, let it fade out left. That side's danger over there. So that was a phenomenal drive to showcase, hey, I am one of the best distance throwers, especially when the wind is down. She loves to throw that steep hyzer flip angle and work the disc over. Very different from Kristin Tattar. But, man, she showed off her stuff today, and obviously capitalizing on the eagle putt was fantastic as well.
Yeah, it's a ton of fun to watch. I mean, she impressed me not only on just that hole, but she's also getting the disc up to speed enough that she's able to throw a little bit slower. We saw 12 speed there, but she's shaping these Thunderbirds, this 9-speed fairway. She has 3 different ones in her bag right now, and that's an old school style where you have the same mold in different wears. And Kat was also able to throw a mid-range on 18, which is playing as one of the tougher holes on the course, and that shows a lot about her growth right now.
And I think if she actually got that mid-range to the right on hole 18, she could have ran for the 3. She got way up the fairway and completely overshadowed Kristin Tattar on today's card. Didn't shoot that terrible. We heard all around from the commentary that she looks human. She's not that far off the lead.
Yeah, she's not too far. I mean, set 7 back after the double on 18, but we haven't seen that many circle 1 misses from Kristin all season long. So there was definitely something going through her mind to source those circle 1 misses, and we're going to take a look at some of her mistakes from this opening round. What are you seeing, Brian? What did you notice out there in her energy level?
I think I saw a lack of it, and I think it's okay. I think she mentioned that during the presser this week, that it's such an emotional drain to focus on every single shot when you're playing 4 rounds at W.R. Jackson. And she absolutely kept the focus for all 72 of those holes. You come out here, there is kind of an emotional hangover, so to speak. And again, we saw her do this at Waco. Shot not a good round, shot a phenomenal round, and then ended up winning the tournament. So am I that worried? Do I think we need to check her vital signs for life? No, I don't think so at all. I think this is what happens. But this is also what happens when you're playing such good golf that you make even just tiny bit of mistake. People are thinking that something's wrong.
Yeah, absolutely. That's well said. And I think also that with her sour finish, that it's going to revitalize her, and she's going to come back. Now she doesn't need the motivation. She's got it because she didn't play up to her normal standards. So now that fire is lit, whether she wanted it before this round or not.
Yeah, I'm interested to see if she can come back tomorrow after some rest tonight, after probably not being so satisfied. She declined an interview, rightfully so, today after her round. She just wants to go rest and recuperate and get ready for this second round. We're going to take a quick commercial break. On the other side, your leader, Haley King. We'll hear from her.
Kyle Klein stepping up for the birdie on 18.
Your Open champion, Gannon Burr.
Another record-setting weekend on the Disc Golf Pro Tour. Back-to-back weeks. Winner coming from the chase card. Pretty special stuff. Gannon Burr, Kyle Klein, 2 young superstars on tour, showing you how to get it done.
Welcome back to Tournament Central. 11 under par, the hot round in the FPO division. Hailey King, a player who made a big push last week at the major. We've seen glimpses of brilliance from her, and we've seen her kind of disappear for a little bit over the past year or so, not playing as much as the other FPO competitors, but showcasing that she's still, if not the most skilled player in the division.
Hailey King is back, Brian. She's back. I think, last week kind of solidified that, and even more so with this huge opening round. I mean, we have not seen someone 100% fairway hits all season long. And again, 89% circle 2 in regulation. Taking a look at some of her shots right now on 17. Beautiful drive here.
Yeah, and just showcasing the resourcefulness.
What?
Like, come on, playing a little ultimate frisbee here on number 17.
I think you might have taught her that, Brian.
I hope. But the thing about Hailey, though, you can have all sorts of people around you, giving you information, giving you advice. Hailey has ran with this herself. She has been good for so long. Her skill set has developed naturally. Now she moves to Charlotte, North Carolina. She's playing courses like Hornets Nest and Nevin and all these really tight, tough wooded courses. And all of that work out there on the East Coast paid off for her at W.R. Jackson. Her skill set is refining. And the one thing that spoke today was the forehand. That's been a little rocky for her this season. We've seen her kind of hit or miss with it. But the backhand is looking better than I have ever seen it. She is throwing the disc farther than almost anybody with more intention than almost anybody. And she's able to do that with slow disc. She's able to do that with the distance driver. She's electrifying to watch when she's on fire.
Yeah, she is. And if we take a look at her scorecard, she was putting for birdie on 10 to go 7 in a row, and she ends up 3-putting there, which was one of her 2 bogeys. If she cashes that putt from circle 2, that's 11 birdies in a row, Brian. I mean, she just lit this course up today.
Well, clearly she's feeling comfortable, and she's enjoying herself out here at Jonesboro. Let's hear what she had to say after her round.
Hailey King, Hailey 11 under round. Before we talk about your round, high praise for Silva just now walking off the green. What did you see out of her game, a new player stateside?
I'm so excited for the future of disc golf. We're in good hands. That was an incredible round. I know she had a tough round, but it was so fun to watch.
Did she do anything to kind of push you or to get you going? It seemed like just great energy on the card all the way around.
Yeah, she's got some great energy. She's pretty quiet, but once we got to talking, she was a little bit more out there, and she throws really far, really smooth. It's my favorite type of throw to watch, so literally just being able to watch that from hole 1 to hole 18 was able to keep me going,
Well, 11 under. What a great round. Can you tell us about it a little bit? What was clicking?
I don't want to say the course is soft, but I felt like I missed the first 7 holes. To shoot 11 down still felt pretty good, but yeah.
Yeah, just 3 pars on the scorecard. I mean, any areas to clean up tomorrow?
Yeah, I think I took a bogey out there, so got to work on that, but I just got to keep capitalizing. I've yet to capitalize. So.
How are you feeling overall? You seem, energetic. You're talking about your health and fitness, and I think it's showing on and off the course.
Oh yeah, I feel amazing today. Yeah, it's great.
Nice. All right, that's Hailey King off to 11 under start here in Jonesboro.
You love to hear it. You love to hear a young person who's fighting through some inner battles. And I remember back to when I was 21 years old at some of the lowest points of my life. So I completely understand what she has been talking about over the past couple of years. And eventually you snap out of it. Eventually you figure it out and you find the things that you need to do to get to where you want to be in life. And it sounds like she's starting to figure that out, which is endearing to watch as a fan of disc golf, who's honestly watched her grow up over the past few years.
We really have watched her grow up on the tour, Brian. And, all the fans at home have seen the Hailey King before where, her shoulders are slouched over and it feels like she doesn't have the energy even to get to her next lie. And we haven't seen that yet this year. So it's heartwarming. It's a great story that she has going right now, and it's great to hear her in that interview say, hey, I feel better than ever.
Yeah, and that's scary for the rest of the division, honestly. With that said, Missy Gannon is also going to join us on the lead card, and Missy's no slouch either. She's on the lead card yet again. She's having a great season, and on a course like Jonesboro, I think she's showing off this new distance that she's kind of gained in her skill set.
Yeah, you know, we're going to see those thrashers for sure, Brian. And I think Missy wasn't really having the performance that she was hoping at the major last week. And she actually had to battle back just to make the cash. She had a great final round. And I think she's still kind of buzzing on you know, coming back and making the cut. Because I think sometimes we don't really key in on those stories of when a player's not in contention for the win, they still have a lot to play for, because it's a big deal whether she has a good round and misses the cut. Or so she's feeling confident, even though she got 17th place at the major. She's coming into this week feeling as confident as ever. And 7 down is a number in the past that we've seen even lead this tournament.
Yeah, and I think it still will be a good round throughout the rest of the tournament, especially with tomorrow's conditions being the way they are. We'll just have to see how that shapes up. We caught up with Missy as well after her round. Let's take a look and hear what she had to say.
And Missy 7 under opening round, solid finish. Break down the back 9 and where's the pressure to score out here?
Yeah, I mean, the pressure to score is everywhere. I think every hole is gettable. You're going to see low scores across the field. So, you know, when you start adding bogeys and double bogeys into the equation, you kind of feel like you're losing strokes to a lot of people. So, yeah, you just got to push on every hole.
You've got plenty of blue. We'll just talk about one orange. Hole 5 has been tough today.
Yes.
What break down that hole and
Well,
what makes it challenging?
I had one of those Paul Macbeth rollaways on a missed putt. Unfortunately, that was my par putt. I did not make the Paul Macbeth comebacker. So, you know, it happens. I just had a little bit of a hiccup, that's all.
Yeah, solid position to start the tournament. Tomorrow, weather may be a factor. Any changes to the game plan?
No. You know, the weather's going to be what it's going to be, and I have a great caddy and all the things I need. So, yeah, just come prepared and make adjustments where I need to, but I feel pretty confident.
All right, that's Missy Gannon right in the mix after 1 in Jonesboro.
Thank you.
She's going to be prepared. She always is. She's going to shape up and hopefully shoot even better than she did today. Nate, you know Missy very well, and do you think there's anything special that's happening for her this year?
Well, I mean, she's more seasoned than she ever. I mean, she's got the experience. She's a veteran at this point on the tour, and I feel like just a few years ago, she was strapped for cash and just trying to make it work. And now she's big money Missy. And so each time she comes back to an event that she's played for the last 5 years, she has that much more experience. She's that much more comfortable. She knows exactly what disc she's throwing. When I think of a player like Missy, I think of someone that is able to repeat her same exact shots over and over. It's not like she's coming here and trying these new shapes or lines or anything. And in that interview right there, she keyed in on something that we've been talking about, is that this course is like ripe for birdies right now. And if you bogey at all, you feel like you're losing strokes to the entire field, which we saw with the lowest average ever.
There's definitely not going to be any lefty backhands coming out of Missy Gannon, that's for sure. And even just being on the tour for a few years gives you that experience on the tour courses that sets you apart from people who are trying it for the first time. A player that is coming out here for the first time really and trying to show her stuff off on the Disc Golf Pro Tour, the youngster Arya Castruita joining the lead card, solo 3rd place tomorrow. We will catch up with her after this commercial break.
What makes the halal guys so deliciously different? You might have heard of our famously long cart lines in NYC fans happily stand in. Today, with over 100 plus restaurants across the globe, we are your place to experience authentic American halal. Enjoy our delicious falafel, Euro sandwich, platters, and sides topped with our famously flavorful white and hot sauces. Order online today and taste how we make different so delicious. The Halal Guys, bringing something deliciously different to the table.
Welcome back. Rounding out the lead card tomorrow in the FPO division, Arya Castruita, youngster from Texas. Solid player, 9 under par first round. Nate, she's from Texas, just down the road from your hometown. Can you speak on what you know about Arya?
Yeah, I've heard about the Castruita sisters for many years, and they've been playing since they were 5 and 6 years old. Their entire family adores the game, and you know, we saw a lot of promise from Arya when she completely dominated the National Amateur Disc Golf Championship in Austin 2 Octobers ago, and we really haven't seen her name much since. So I'm very excited to see exactly what we've been missing. And what are you seeing with her throw style, Brian?
Yeah, I mean, first off, she's still a teenager. She's a young teenager, and she's just getting her feet set in the Disc Golf Pro Tour events. And she has a little bit of Kona in her. She has a little bit of Paige in her. The way she kind of attacks the tee pad, if you watch her footwork, you can see that kind of stuff. It's always interesting. You never know if a young player is mimicking certain styles. But we saw it with Cole Redolin all those years ago, mimicking Paul McBeth's style for a little bit with his putt. We saw Gannon Burr mimicking Will Schustrick a long time ago. And both of those young players have found kind of their own style as they've grown into themselves as athletes. And we'll see what happens with Arya, but she rips the disc. She has that solid Texas spin putt. And if the wind picks up tomorrow, we will just have to see if she can keep it up. We actually talked to her after her round, and she had a lot to say. Let's hear what she had to say.
Right, we are checking in with the 2022 PDGA Rookie of the Year, Aria Castruita. Arya, fire round today. Tell us about it.
I played really good, but I was struggling the last tournament, so my putting and my drive. So when we came home, I just practiced on my putting, my form, and I just came out here and just crushed it. I was playing good, solid, straight, even though I had a few missed putts. But other than that, I played good.
Looks like you were great off the tee as well.
Yes, yeah, everything was just straight. I was working on that, just going straight and keeping my arm straight, making sure I stay on the line. I think I did pretty good.
Right, yeah, what do you think of this course?
So the whole time I didn't know what I was shooting, but I know I was shooting good. So I was like 9 down, that sounds good. Good for me. That's good enough.
Yeah, you had some great players on your card as well. What kind of encouragement were you hearing from them throughout the round?
I was kind of keeping to myself a little bit, but just hearing them just talking. But I think playing with good players makes me play better. Even though, all the FPO are good, but playing with Sarah Hogan, Jessica Wees, that fired me up. I was fired up to play with them.
Well, great start to the Jonesboro Open, Arya. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you both. Perfect.
A really unique and interesting lead card tomorrow. Cannot wait to see these young players and Missy Gannon, a seasoned veteran, attack the course tomorrow. For Tournament Central, I'm Brian Earhart, joined here by Nate Perkins, and we're going to wrap things up. We'll see you later this afternoon for the pre-show for the MPO division. We'll see you next time.
A lot of people say that Ed was the father of disc golf. Well, that's true. He did invent the basket. But Ed did another wonderful thing, probably his major accomplishment, was being the first person to realize that we had a sport on our hands, not just a toy.
In 1976, Steady Ed Hedrick founded the Professional Disc Golf Association with a dream of turning a flying plastic toy into a global sport. Since then, the PDGA, members, players, event directors, and volunteers have worked to realize that dream. From the very first baskets to courses around the world. And yet, it's only the beginning. We're looking to the horizon with even bigger dreams for tomorrow.
My favorite flavor of Double G Craft Jerky
easy choice, the teriyaki. I love my sweet and I love my salty food. It's a great combination of both.
Got to go for the hot boom sauce to give you that extra kick.
Probably going to surprise a lot of you guys. My favorite flavor is actually the Sexy Sweet and Spicy. I find it to be one of the best turkeys I've ever had.